laps recorded for this day, 25 seconds. 20 seconds in the car. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Hello and welcome to the 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship men's race here in beautiful Marbella, Spain, the south of Spain. Yes, today is only for the fellas, and from all over the world, athletes have descended upon the beautiful shores of the Costa del Sol to vie for a world title. As they did yesterday in the women's race, it is a full-on battle against a great course and incredible competition. We've got a lot of athletes on the line, putting it all out there, and today promises fireworks. I'm Michael Lovato, joined in studio by the one and only Craig Alexander, and we have a great cast of characters out there supporting us, including Marinda Carfrey, as well, again, as Daniela Reef at times. We can't get started any sooner than right now. Let's do it, Craig. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, Michael. You're right. Yesterday's racing was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. And here, I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but this is just today. Like, this is the spot. This was about an hour ago, right here in front of us, and we're seeing a bunch of faces. Who you seeing in there, and how do they look?
Well, you can see Kevin McDowell on screen right now. There's Nick Thompson, the boy from Down Under. We love Nick. Go, Nick. We saw Christian Hugenhaug before. There's our recently crowned Ironman world champion, Casper Stornis. And, yeah, we've got a front row seat right here looking down on the men's pro field. And as they're setting up transition, there's KB looking relaxed. The quality of field and, you know, they're vying for the title, the Ironman 70.3 world title, as well as the Ironman Pro Series. You know, it's the final race today, so that season-long battle is going to come to an exclamation point today, and Christian's in the box seat with his countryman Casper Stornis breathing down his neck. But, yeah, no, I'm excited. I just think the depth of competition at this distance just continues to increase year on year, and we're gonna have fireworks again today.
Fireworks are promised, and I tell you what, you're calling out some of these names. We did see the American Rudy Von Berg, a former third-place finisher. We're going to get to dive into each of these athletes, call up some of the highlights and the favorites, talk a lot about the race. But before we dive in more to the pros, let's talk about this. This is all of the men age groupers. We got almost 3,400 athletes from around the world competing. They've all qualified to get here, and we've also got, in addition to that, we mentioned it, we've got 58 professional triathletes here, the men, the best of the best, all competing under the theme of Andalusian passion, which perfectly encapsulates the vibrancy, color, and warmth of our athletes here during their stay in Marbella. And there are so many stories within the stories. Let's come back quickly to Ironman Pro Series. This is the culmination, the final race today. We will crown a champion and hand out an additional $200,000 US to that winner. So a lot at stake today in addition to the race. Here's Kevin McDowell again. You mentioned the American athlete, and you threw KB out there. Christian Blummenfelt, for those of you that are new to the show and you haven't been introduced to this Norwegian powerhouse, really hard to count him out as a favorite. Any race he toes the line for, right?
No, he's a perennial favorite at every race, and just because of his unique ability to change distances quickly and his consistency.
That's right, and you kind of hinted at it yesterday, highlighting the women's race. These women tackled this very same course with absolute vigor, hitting the one-lap Roca swim, and as normal, Lucy Charles-Barclay from Great Britain took off and got away from everyone, had about a 47-second lead out of the water, but the American Taylor Knibb did what she does best, which is just hammer to the front of the race.
Yeah, no, it was an impressive start to this race. Fireworks, as we're getting pictures of Taylor on the run. So Taylor came out of T2 quick. Lucy showed composure and patience. And then we go back to Kat Matthews here. You talk about anything is possible and anything can happen. With the Pro Series on the line, Kat tore her calf muscle. But then we were locked in on this battle between these two ladies who have developed quite a rivalry. And it was yesterday, Lucy Charles-Barclay, who got redemption from that meltdown in Kona. And what a race it was.
What a race. There's your podium with Lucy Charles-Barclay on top, Taylor Knibb, and, of course, the German Tanja Neubert taking third. And then we crowned that Pro Series, Ironman Pro Series champion, Kat Matthews, once again back-to-back. She's won them both, 200K and a big glass of athletic brewing to celebrate with Solveig Lovseth. Solveig taking the title in Kona, pretty big deal, and then second place here.
What a season for Solveig. And, yeah, the girls having a well-earned drink on the podium there. And it's just interesting, this Pro Series. It gives another layer of interest to what's going on with the race itself.
It sure does. And speaking to that, and I did say second, Solveig took second in the series. I want to clarify that. But heading into today's race, the final race, you can see that our Norwegian athletes are 1, 2, and 3. Christian Blummenfelt atop with 20,000, Kasper Stornes, and then Gustav Eden, a former winner of this race. All three of those men really solidified up there at the top. Who are you seeing after that?
Well, Gustav Eden has third currently, but we know Christian Hugenhaug is here and Nick Thompson, and depending on the way, I guess, the cards fall today, those two are in contention for third spot in the Ironman Pro Series as well as the American Rudy von Berg. So I think Christian is a lock. Kasper would need to make up 12 minutes, which I can't see happening, but as we saw with the women's race yesterday and that uncertainty, anything can happen. And, I think the whole town of Marbella breathed a sigh of relief when, or for Kat anyway, and her entourage when she pulled out, but it was clear that Solveig wasn't going to finish within a minute 40 of our winner, so that she was able to maintain her lead atop the Ironman Pro Series. I'm sure it's going to be the same today in the men. It'll be hard fought right up to the end.
I think you're exactly right, and we want to talk a little bit more about some of those points that we just brought up, but before we do so, let's let someone else describe this incredible professional men's field. This is what we're seeing today on the shores of Marbella.
In the men's race, every 70.3 world champion since 2019 is on the start list. Jelle Gaines, Rico Bogan, Christian Blummenfelt and Gustav Eden. Eden having won in 2021 and 2019. Only 3 of the top 10 from Topor are racing, but 11 of the top 15 from Nice, including the 2025 Ironman world champion Kasper Stornes, will be there. There are, however, 39 athletes making their 70.3 World Championship debut, a reflection perhaps on the large number of short course athletes that have stepped up to the middle distance. Miguel Hidalgo, Jamie Riddle, Jonas Schomburg, Fabian Kraft, to name a few. As for favourites, it would be hard to go past all the previous 70.3 world champions, along with the Ironman world champion Kasper Stornes. Will it be another Norwegian clean sweep, or will Gaines successfully defend?
Well, those are the questions that we will see answers to today. And as you look at, these are live shots right here, Craig. That is right out our front door of our broadcast booth. That beautiful sunrise. Here the sun comes up just right now, and then we kick off in about 11 minutes, 12 minutes. So a beautiful setting. We are again in the Costa del Sol, the southern part of Spain, a beautiful tourist destination that has been converted into one of the best training grounds, one of the best race proven grounds. It's an amazing spot for Ironman. It's
incredible. It's one of the best venues I've been to, and shortly we'll be seeing the professional men entering the water for their warm-up. And yeah, just not only just the location in the town, but the course itself is truly World Championship caliber.
That's right, and as you have a quick peek at that Roca weather, we're going to dive in deeper to that, and we'll find out if the weather plays a factor in today's race.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
And we are about 9 minutes away from kicking off the 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Yes, day 2 of 2. Today it's the men's turn. And here in studio, Craig Alexander and I, Michael Lovato, will be covering the action live. And we've got some great commentary analysts out on the field. I did mention Miranda Carfrey. She won this race back in 2007 in Clearwater, Florida. I believe 2000. You won in Clearwater. And then you won in Vegas, is that right?
Do the archives go back that far?
They do. They do.
Yeah, 06 and 11. Glory days. Thanks for referencing.
But to be clear, the very first Ironman 70.3 winner, 2006, and then you kicked it off. I remember very distinctly because then you showed up in Kona on that qualification, and then the rest is history. You won everything that got in your way. So archives are good, but here today it is all about our 58 professional men and the other 3,300 plus age group athletes. Let's talk a little bit about what we started to go into, and this is just some of the dynamics. And I love what you said off camera. Here, let's look at the numbers and the names. With the defending champion, who we haven't even said his name yet, Yellegines from Belgium, he can do some damage today. And then Rico Bogan, he won 2 years ago, also in the mix with KB.
Yeah, Yellegines obviously won the title. He's looking to be the 4th man in history to defend that title. He's probably been, over the last 2 years, the most consistent and prolific race winner at this distance. So and on this course too, I really feel this course suits him a little better than Topor did last year. So he's in the mix. And Rico was our youngest ever male Ironman 70.3 world champion in Lahti, Finland in 2023. So his swim bike power will definitely impact the front of this race.
I think you're exactly right. And then looking through as well some of these athletes, we're going to get to see them all. You've got Casper Stornes, and he's just such a wild card. I love what you said earlier, where this is a guy that, you know, he started out 24th in Oceanside. He started to warm it up and do pretty well in the summer at the Ironman races. And then, he was able to come in and win the world title in an excellent fashion. But now with his run, gosh, he could do some serious damage. We're going to see everyone here momentarily. I can't wait. And of course, we're going to try and give a few shout outs, a few highlights for these athletes. But what a scene right there on Playa de Volante, or de Levante. So again, Craig, when I look at this little section, you said it before, it's become a really favorite venue for a lot of people, and you can see why. It's really set up great for Ironman and Ironman 70.3 racing. The fans out there, wild, you know, right?
Yesterday on the women's race, there was 5 or 10 deep along the whole course. The excitement in town was incredible.
Our defending champion, wearing bib number 1 from Belgium, Yellegines. This man is on definitely everybody's radar.
And wearing bib number 2 from Germany, Rico Bogan, who was our 2023 Ironman 70.3 world champion, our youngest ever champion on the male side.
And then again, on the radar of most athletes who are paying attention, from Norway, number 3, Christian Blummenfelt. He's the Olympic champion. He's an Ironman world champion. He has just spent 4 weeks training nearby in Sierra Nevada outside Granada. He is one of the best runners, if not the best runner in the field.
Wearing bib number 4, also from Norway, Gustav Eden, who was our 2019 and 2021 Ironman 70.3 world champion. He was also the 2022 Ironman world champion.
So good. And then here in bib 7, representing Greece, Panagiotis Bitados. This is a very strong swimmer, a 2-time Ironman 70.3 winner. And by the way, he ran 107 in Jesolo earlier this year.
Wearing bib number 8 from France, Vincent Louis. Now, Vincent's a 2-time World Triathlon world champion in 2019 and 2020, and also a 3-time Olympian. So one of those short course superstars who are definitely going to mix it up in this race today.
And wearing number 9 from Norway, our Ironman world champion and a 3-time Ironman 70.3 winner, Kasper Stornes. Is he ready to double up and make it 2 for 2 in 25?
Wearing bib number 12 from Denmark, Christian Hugenhaug. Christian was 3rd in the 2024 Ironman Pro Series. Had a great race in Lake Placid earlier this year with a 2nd place finish, and is possibly the strongest man on the bike here today.
25 years old, from Australia, one of the best haircuts in triathlon, 2 times 70.3 winner, and 23rd the last time he raced this world championship. That guy, he's dynamic. Watch out for him.
Wearing bib number 15 from the US of A, Rudy Von Berg, Mr. Consistency, always there or thereabouts. A podium finisher at the Ironman 70.3 Worlds in Nice, France in 2019. And just a guy who's always around the podium. Look out for him today.
There you go. And that is just 10 of our superstars that are towing the line today. We mentioned 58 total. We're going to get to dive into a few more of the names that we believe will factor into the mix as we anticipate the kickoff of this incredible race. Right there in the background, you see La Concha, the big landmark there, that mountain that is named after a shell. It looks like a shell, and if you're atop that mountain, it's very easy to see the continent of Africa, see Morocco across the Mediterranean Sea. We are waiting for the Himno Nacional, the national anthem of this great nation. It will be performed by La Marcha Real. Okay, that's coming right up, and it is a beautiful anthem, Craig, that we get to hear as these men nervously line up on the beach here, Levante Beach. And as we look at these men, Craig, it looks like all of our favorites really are on the left, with a couple that are on the right, just sort of random. We've got Schoenberg, middle and center. Riddle will be incredible. Watch out for Jamie Riddle from South Africa on this swim.
Yeah, he's a noted swimmer, especially with a beach start like this. Grew up swimming in the surf in South Africa. And also, let's look out for Alessio Crociani. I mean, it was only a couple of weeks ago at the World Triathlon Finals that he put on a clinic in the swim and actually did a bit of backstroke because the rest of the boys couldn't keep up with him. So I mean, the depth of swim talent in this field is exceptional. But some of those names you mentioned, Vincent Louis, another one we should look out for. Jonas Schomburg's a guy who's been up the front in pushing the pace in a lot of the swims as well this year.
That's right. And now 2 minutes away, and so many, we'll talk about this in a minute. Before we came live, you were talking about how the dynamic is just so crucial with this size of race and this many contenders. How they get out on the bike matters, when they get out on the bike matters, and where they get out on the bike matters. Just a little teaser we're going to hit in these opening miles of the Zoot bike course. But for now, one lap of the Roca swim course, and I tell you what, it is going to be on from the outset. We know that much to be true. Folks, if you are not having an elevated heart rate at the edge of your seat, you do not consider yourself a triathlon fan. It is about to get super fast, super quick, and I cannot wait. Once again, it is one lap of this course, and they get right to it from the outset. This shot is great, Craig, as we get them all spaced apart on that red carpet. They run right into the beach and into that shallow water. A couple of, as you said, porpoise dives, and they're off and to the races. And I feel it coming here now. And with that, we are underway. The 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship is underway. The men, a whitewashed fury coming at you with arms and legs flailing. Oh, that is the sight we love in this sport, Craig.
What a sight that was. That was just incredible off the beach. As an athlete, that's the worst time, that last 10 minutes after the swim warm-up with the introductions. But now the athletes get to do what they do best, as we see almost a long line right across the water here. We see someone in the middle of the field, probably Crociani, just starting to ease towards the front. But you mentioned the swim dynamic here. I think it's going to be crucial. There's so much swim depth. And, you know, towards the end of this swim and coming through T1 onto that golden mile, and the bike positioning is going to be crucial here. Crucial,
and we'll talk about why, because it fascinates me sort of the number of things that can happen. You'll see a little bit of a ripple coming in from the east, as we saw yesterday, or the right side of your screen. But realistically, we're going to do our best to pick out some names. Who are you seeing right away?
I'm seeing Jamie Riddle in the violet cap, and this is what we're used to seeing. We're very accustomed to seeing Jamie, especially a beach starter. We saw him do it in Ironman Cairns earlier this year. We saw him doing it at the World Championships in Nice. He is just lightning quick off the start. Beach start, that's right in his wheelhouse, and he seems to be pushing the pace, and that's a smart move by him again, I think.
I agree. And then caps to look for of some people we expect to be in our front pack. In a pearly silver, we've got Vincent Louis from France, like you mentioned, a superstar, really out quick. And then also we've got Rico Bogan in a powder blue. Look for him. If you're wondering about this Roca swim course, well, I tell you what, let's have a closer look together so we can fully understand what these men are tackling today. Let's have a look at the Roca swim.
With 2 World Championships done in Nice and Kona, all eyes now fall onto the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, Spain. Let's take a look at what the athletes will face on the course in Marbella. The 1.9 kilometre, 1.2 mile Roca swim course is an A to B lap in the Mediterranean Sea. Athletes start at one end of the beach in Puerto Banús and swim in a semi-rectangular shape before exiting the water at the opposite end of the beach and hitting T1.
And there you have it. That's what these men are tackling right now. And it is interesting. It's kind of frothy out there, kind of a little bumpy. It's not smooth and flat like we have seen it.
No, there's a bit of surface water moving around. It's not like the mill pond that you like to see. I can see the hot pink cap of Alessio Crociani from Italy there, as you predicted, Michael, one of the, if not the best swimmer in the field. We can just see that arrowhead forming, the guys at the front on a tight line towards that first turning buoy, which comes 300 meters into this Roca swim course, and they'll be making a hard left turn, and that's when we'll start to see it string out, I think, in single file a little bit.
I think you're right, and you can see already that it is quite hot, the pace, but don't take it from me. Let's throw down to our boat. Marinda Carfrae, a 2007 Ironman 70.3 champ, together with Luke McKenzie. Folks, take it away and tell us what you're seeing down there on the water.
That is... Wow.
Hey guys, we are on the boat, opening moments of this swim. It is chaos down here. I'm with Ironman champion Luke McKenzie. I am, of course, Marinda Carfrae. We have just chaos here. Luke, tell us what's going on in the swim.
Yeah, we just went around that first major turn here, about 300 meters into the swim, and yeah, the first couple got through quite fine, but then there was absolute melee in the mid-pack, and that included some of the favourites like Yelagines, Jonas Schomburg is in there. So yeah, it's interesting now that we've made this turn. It's really started to string out in this front few, and there's actually a bit of a gap starting to form. Jamie, Vincent, they're sort of starting to really press the pace now that they're on the downward stretch.
Yeah, in the lead right now, it's Cresciani. He was started far right this morning, so interesting. All the other notables basically were on the left, and we had Cresciani on the right. They're thinning out. The last two notables are Christian and Gustav. Looks like Gustav is sort of on the back, very back of this pack. Christian's sort of in the middle there, not far from Magnus Ditlev. But we're looking at Jelle Geens, our defending champ. He's kind of getting beaten up a lot and pushed around in the start of this. He is in the mix right in the middle of this massive pack.
Yeah, no, it's really started to string out now. I think Jelle he's come to the outside. I think he's realised early on that he's getting pretty beaten up. So he's come to the outside now, seeming to be making a move up that inside. Magnus Ditlev not too far behind him right now. Christian is latched right on the back of this group here. So it'll be interesting to see at what point in this mid-pack here that we get a break.
And it does look like Casper Stornes is about 5th in that front group. So Vincent Louis up in there, Cresciani again still leading. I just saw him a moment ago. He's famous for backstroking about 15 strokes in Wollongong just a few weeks ago. But I saw him sort of not backstroking, but certainly looking behind and seeing if he was creating any separation from the rest of the pack. We may see separation. You see in the front here, they're stringing out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But then it gets into the main group here, and it's just chaos. So we'll see if this turns into a little bit of a gap, but Casper Stornes in that front 5 or 6. We'll throw it back to you guys in the studio and come back down when we have some more for you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to Rini and Luke on the boat. Great insight and great to hear you guys just call it out specifically, see what's going on with the melee down there, the madness that happens in this professional men's race. Geez, we are seeing the Italian right up front just pushing the pace, and it never ceases to amaze me when someone swimming that fast can take the time to look behind, see who's coming, where you're at, who's positioned. It's just incredible. What a swimmer.
He's an absolutely class swimmer, this man. We saw him do it a couple of weeks ago. We're seeing him do it now, and I love this. As again, he takes another look back. Such a beautiful, relaxed, long arm recovery, all power under the water. And Luke mentioned it, that you often see that pack dynamic in the swim. You come into the turning buoy as a group, you come out in single file. Yeah. There's no intentional rough stuff usually, but you know, Jelle Geens, our defending champion, was caught in the melee in the middle, so he maybe copped a few stray elbows, but you know, that's what happens when you wear the #1 bib, and he was smart enough to sort of navigate his way to the side of the pack, and it's nothing he hasn't seen before, as we see Cresciani just, really stretching out here. I'm loving this. We see someone tapping his feet there right on the feet, so typically when the pace is on like this, you see some separation, you see single file, and then the big bunch sort of that forms up behind that first chase back. We heard Rini say that KB was tacked onto the back of that chase group as they make this second turn. So from turn buoy 1 to 2 is 345 metres. So they're about 650 metres into the swim now. About a third of the way in as Cresciani again looking back. He's definitely going for the throttle here, Michael.
He is. He's just got the gas pedal down. And I tell you what, they just made the turn, these two anyway, out of direct sunlight. They swim right into the sunrise on that first segment. A unique aspect of this Roca swim, Craig, is that we do have a left turn and then 3 right turns and a final left. And I only mention that because it's very common for us to have one turn, one direction. And I think that in our races, what we've seen already is that the turn buoys are areas to get away or get left behind. It really is hard in, hard out of the buoys. A lot of the better swimmers will do. And some of the folks that are just on the bubble or struggling, they may find themselves in position until that buoy where it gets single file, the pace gets hard. Will we see our Italian swimmer, Cresciani, come out of the water with a massive lead, or will he have company? Let's see after a few more strokes of this beautiful Roca swim.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
We're not here to sell you on this life. you already chose it. No shortcuts, no hype, just work, same as you. Built to outlast, endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Welcome back. We are right where we left you with these swimmers absolutely annihilating the pace, but you do now see that Cruciani has company, so a few of our swimmers have come up and taken that burden, that lead role. We're thinking in that silver cap, we're seeing that is Vincent Louis, and also we've got Pitados next to him in silver, the Greek athlete, and as we did get a report that Gustav Eden, our 2019 Ironman 70.3 world champ, he has drifted off the back a bit, but he wasn't feeling very confident. The press conference said, hey, I'm not here to win. I might not be your guy, but still in the mix.
Yeah, interesting. Gustav, he's always black and white and very honest in those press conferences, and it's usually prophetic what he says. But I'm loving this. Alessio Crociani just leading the parade, and it's a great tactic. If you have this kind of swim strength, I think, you know, they say you can't win it in the swim, but you can set up a brilliant race in the swim. We also see Vincent Louis up the front. Panagiotis Batados is up there. We just got word that Kasper Stornes, our defending Ironman world champion, is in 7th. Jamie Riddle is in the top 5. And a couple of our other short course superstars, Michael. Seth Ryder, he's up in the front. Cameron Main from Scotland, he's up towards the front of this race too. So, and I expect Andrew Horsfall Turner, the great swimmer from the UK, would be there. And you know, the group is together, but there's a little separation mid-pack. So, you know, I'm loving this tactic from the swimmers. I think they've got to put everyone on the back foot early.
I think you're spot on, and I just noticed that as we cut away from that shot, positioning for a better one, here we are back on the water, but that high shot showed us that there is a big group. Everyone's kind of together, but that big group was starting to get a little gap. And as we look on this back stretch of about 535 meters, this is where, again, they have probably a tiny bit of a current behind them. We may see that group pull away a little bit as we come back to the Italian Alessio Crociani leading it out, has asserted himself again as the leader, and he's just making it hard. Look at that. He's got a nice solid kick behind him, a great turnover, and a beautiful smooth stroke. Really classic swimming there. I love seeing that.
Yeah, this man, he has so much grace and elegance and efficiency, but what power under the water, and the big 4-6 beat kick going. We just got word that Fabian Kraft, the young German athlete's trying to bridge that chase pack up, and he's a guy in form, winning the Ironman 70.3 race in Zalamsi recently. So he's certainly a guy who has swim pedigree as well. But, you know, you mentioned the conditions. Yesterday, I feel the conditions were slightly worse for the women, particularly on this back straight. The men here are swimming with a little bit of water moving behind them, the outgoing tide. So makes it harder to break away, I think, which I guess makes it even more impressive what Crociani is doing right now.
Yeah, great point. And we talked about this before the show, just thinking back to yesterday's incredible race where we saw Lucy Charles Barclay just dominate the swim with 40 seconds, and it was probably one of her slowest swims. So when you see an athlete like Lucy Charles Barclay in a wetsuit, in a hard swim, dropping people, and it's 24 plus, Yeah, that was a slow set of conditions. But today, it's not bad. I mean, I think what we're going to see too, and this opens up the conversation, what about as these swimmers are more or less still in contact, how does that change if we end up with 10, 15, 20 men hitting the Ruby transition together and hitting that Zoot bike course together?
Well, it changes a lot. I think the dynamic early in this race is going to be crucial. Different to the women's race where there was some separation. You mentioned Lucy had that little gap back to Taylor and just Learmouth, and then it was almost a minute and a half back to the main chase group. As we see Crociani here slowly easing away, but the main part of the field is all together. It's the pace is on. They are strung out in a single line, which would tell us that it's a fast pace. It's not a bunch where the swimmers at the back of the pack keep swimming up onto the feet of the athletes in front of them. It is a long single line. It's a fast pace, but they are predominantly all still together, and a lot of our main contenders are in that group towards the front of this race. So I think this dynamic through T1, you know, very important. Every second will count through T1 and onto the Golden Mile, onto the bike today.
Agreed. As we watch the Italian, looks like pull away a slight bit. We're going to throw down to Rini and Luke down there on the water's edge. Take it away, my friends.
Hey guys, we are riding alongside Christian Blummenfelt. He is around 30th place, so he is in the main chase group. Gustav Eden has fallen off the back. Another notable is Rico Bogan is behind Christian Blummenfelt.
And so looking to get a bit detached right now.
Yeah, he's dropping off this main group here. Crociani's actually gone off the front. He is away and solo off the front now. And then there's a pack of about 15 men together. And then this is the Christian Blummenfelt group that we're rolling along here with now. And Christian Blummenfelt, other notables, Matis Magier is in there. We have Magnus Ditlev in there.
Yellow-Geens just in front of him. Yeah, and it looks like it's really strung out now with Crociani going off the front. That next group coming back from that really looks very condensed there in that top 14, 15 odd athletes. Still got Jamie Riddle, Vincent Louis, Jonas Schomburg. He's lost his orange cap for those watching at home. Also, Christian Blummenfelt has lost his cap, so he's a bit harder to find. But yeah, coming around the corner here right now with Magnus Ditlev and Yellow-Geens. Looks like they're leading up the Christian Blummenfelt group, Marinda.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to form, and that was that long 530 meters straight away, and it was into the chop at that point too.
Another notable I'm just looking at here now, we've come around the last turn here, Marinda, is Gustav Eden. He hasn't lost as much time as I think we might have thought he would have. He got detached super early, but he really is only about 30 seconds back off this Christian Blummenfelt group. So he has limited his losses, but the one that I'm still watching is Rico Bogan. I'm a 70.3 world champion. He is dangling on the back, and he's going to have to fight back to shore to keep on this group.
Yeah, overall, it's you could kind of throw a blanket over most of the group here, but packs are starting to form. We are on our straightaway, one more turn into transition, but we'll throw it back to you guys in the studio. It's all happening down here.
Thank you so much, Marinda and Luke. Wow, great stuff. And in fact, seeing the Italian with a 10-meter gap, and it could grow because once you lose that contact, once you don't have the draft, it doesn't get any easier now, does it, Craig?
Not at all. And, you know, we really need to pay attention towards the end of this swim and coming through T1. I really feel the short course specialist will press the advantage there and take more seconds. And that's going to be crucial because every second that someone's standing still in T1 in our Ruby transition, their competitors are out on the bike along that Golden Mile, that first really fast, lightning fast stretch of this bike course. So the gaps will open. And I tell you what, you wouldn't want to be caught 15 or 20 deep at the back of a group hitting that first climb.
And let's talk about that for a second. While we're watching these men, still two distinct packs we're staring at, tell us really specifically why. What happens if you're at the back of a 20-person group?
Well, the guy on the front is going to be pushing 55 kilometers an hour. And, you know, then when we think of the draft spacing, what the rules are here, you've got to be 15 metres back plus 15. I mean, the rule says a little less than that, but most of these gentlemen will play it safe and stay on the larger side of the draft zone. So if there's 20 in the group, you're 350 metres behind the front of the group. And it's basic physics. I mean, if the front of the group's going at 50 or 55k an hour along this you know, really lightning quick early few miles of the bike course, it just makes it impossible to get anywhere near the front of the group. And so the front of the group will hit that climb, and it'll concertina up at the back. But again, with the rules being the way they are, you can't just overtake one or two athletes and slot in. If everyone is legally spaced, you have to overtake the whole group. So really, you've got to play it smart. You've got to be super vigilant and careful that you don't encroach the draft zone. And you may just have to be patient and let the front of that group get away from you until potentially the flat section between the first two climbs or the plateau section in the middle of the bike course.
Great answer. Great insight here. Thank you so much for that. As we get a really nice perspective here as we come right into shore, we've got our leader from Italy, Alessandro Crociani. He's going for it, and he's really getting to the end of this Roca swim course with some flair. Just a reminder, though, if you are kind of visualizing this course, he's still got to make a hard left and angle his way straight in, but he's almost there, zipping on out to the boat. We're going to hit up with Rinny and Luke one more time. Guys, what are you seeing?
We are with race leader right now, Alessio Crociani. You see him just take a little look behind his shoulder here. He is about 15 seconds clear of that main group, and that main group does have Vincent Louis. It has Schomburg in there, has Jamie Riddle in there, Casper Stornes. Luke, who else are you seeing?
Yeah, we saw Andy Horsfall-Turner in that group, Marinda, and they're coming around the buoy now. It looks like there's a significant gap now forming behind that group as well. So they'll probably have about a 10 to 15 second lead by the time they get to shore. But this is a very impressive swim, Marinda. Since the turn out on the back stretch, Crociani's really put in quite a significant gap here. It's very impressive swimming. But let's see now as he exits the water what that's going to mean for him on the bike.
Yeah, and these gaps still relatively small, but we will have a massive group of men in transition altogether, getting ready for that Zoot bike ride. Crociani, again, taking a few more looks over the shoulder. We'll throw it back to you guys so you can catch them through transition. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Marinda. Thank you, Luke. Great stuff. That's Luke McKenzie, Marinda Carfrae, our crack on the water team. Guys, once they took that final turn, it was 200 meters straight into shore. We're looking at the clock, 21:35. When you see that number, and we are about there, that is the previous course record. So we are not breaking that record set by Marco Albert back in Clearwater 2009, a long time ago. But as he rolls in, he is still having an incredible swim, notably faster than yesterday, I think conditions are. But look at this melee behind.
Yeah, this chase back has some quality in as well, but yeah, incredible swim by Crociani. And you can see this part of the course here, Michael. It's sheltered by the land, so protected from the swell and the wind. The final meters of this swim, the last 200 from that final turning buoy in, have been very calm. As we expected, there was going to be some separation in this swim. We heard Rinny and Luke cover off all the main contenders, basically two main chase packs. And let's watch Crociani here as he's porpoising the last few meters. He stands up and he's the first man on land, and I'm sure he's not going to muck around. He's going to fly through Ruby transition here. He's going to maximize every second that he's got. He's probably got 15 to 20 seconds. He's added an extra 5 seconds on, I think, in the last couple of 100 meters. And it's a great swim by him. I think he can get out on the bike course, get in his own rhythm. And a lot of the main contenders that we've been talking about with the bike power, we heard Rinny and Luke mention that Rico Bogan's a fair way back, and Yellowgeens is in chase pack 2 as chase pack 1 hits the land now.
That's right, and I tell you what, Wahoo Element Rival tells us it was 22:21, so 22 minutes, 21 seconds for the first male out of the water, Alessio Crociani. Sorry, I called him Alessandro. Nice work, Alessio, as we look at these men rolling out of the water, seeing them here in transition and looking at these splits. What an incredible display. Some of the names right second out of the water, 28 seconds back, so absolutely just blowing it out. Looking to some of our contenders down the road, who's the first one you see that ought to be a little further up?
Well, Schomburg's in the front group, 33 back. He's one of the stronger riders. He's in great position, as is Jamie Riddle, and Panagiatos Batatos in that group as well. Kevin McDowell in that group, 36. Casper Stornes, one of the big race favourites in Chase Pack 1 as well. So
And what a giant group. So if you go all the way to 39 seconds back, 15 men closed out with Taylor Reed. And as we jump, Fabian Kraft, 43 seconds back, and looking again, refreshing folks. On screen, you're seeing absolute pandemonium, but it's controlled pandemonium. These men know what they're doing. Craig, you said it really well. Our short course athletes are experts in making very quick work of a Ruby transition area, and today is no different. Watching as we see a sprint, an absolute sprint to get to the mount line, which is under that arch, and it is absolutely what we described, where they're going to hit this. It is going to be so fast in that opening Milla de Oro, the golden mile. It is going to be so fast starting now.
It was chaos through there. We can see Miguel had the elbow up, so he's had a great swim as well. Obviously a short course specialist. He finished second in the WTCS standings this year. Interestingly, Casper Stornes was right up in the mix. So one of our early race favourites out on the course. As we see, Chase Pack 2 has come into transition now.
Yeah, Stornes only 20 seconds down at the start of the bike. So he did a nice 15-second jump in his transition to catch right up. You see, yes?
We can see Rico Bogan, our 2023 world champion, probably a bit further back than we expected. He's a man with immense bike power, so I'm sure he'll be looking to make some inroads along this flat, fast section, the early miles before they hit that first climb.
That's right. It does start out very fast on this Zoot bike course before we hit the big climbs, and predominantly hitting all those climbs and the elevation gain in the opening half or beyond of this race. This is unfortunate. Looks like we had a little upset there. Often getting
our defending champion.
That's our defending champ, and often for Yelagines getting on. Look at that, just the height of getting over the leg over, and it sounds a little bit basic, but Crowy, it is tough. I mean, that's a tall bottle behind, and you got to leap on, and you're a little bit tapped from the swim.
We can see Matt Hansen at his transition rack there, so he's a little bit further back than probably he would like, but we expect to see this from Matt. He's hitting his two best disciplines now. So, yeah, that was a little unfortunate for Yelagines, our defending champion. And you're right, Michael, the aerodynamic setups now with the drink bottles behind the seat and up on the cockpit, it does make mounting these bikes. The flying mount is not as easy as it used to be.
That's right. You got to really hit some air to get the legs over. And then on the dismount as well, let's take a look at those flashing lights, because what I'm seeing there is the Race Ranger, our drafting technology in full effect, and it will tell these athletes what they need to do to get away from one another if they are in that danger or illegal draft zone. But just beyond that, this is a section, Craig, where we do absolutely see these athletes really trying to shuffle and stay legal. Take a look at these Ruby transition times. Our top three fastest men. Yelagines, our defending champion, 103 with the fastest. Rico Bogan, the 23 champion, in 107. And then Stepniak in 107. That is quick, because it's a long transition.
Yelagines showing his class and experience, although everything he made up, he possibly lost with that little mechanical or whatever it was that we saw him having to deal with as he mounted. These men have to be extremely, extremely cautious and vigilant here. The pace will be lightning fast, but as you can see, the Race Ranger lights will come on and give them an indication. And this part of the bike course, it is the fastest part of the course, apart from the descents we're going to see later in the in the mountains. They're flying along here. These men are fresh, and the pace, they'll be trying to position nicely to hit that first climb. No one will want to be on the back of this group hitting that first climb.
Oh, and I'm thinking how difficult it is to get around, because you said this earlier, if you're at the legal draft distance 15 meters back and you want to go around someone, everybody's 15 meters, you have to go around them all. But let's talk about this weird stat here. 43 men came out within a minute 10 of one another. So just crunch the numbers. That just necessarily means that we're going to be very tight and closely bunched. And we are going to say, where are we in regard to this race? The Zoot bike course begins on a very prestigious stretch that links Marbella's city center with Puerto Banús, which is very famous section of luxury hotels, a beautiful marina, and exclusive villas and luxury boutiques. So you're stretching that link. It's called La Milla de Oro, the Golden Mile. So we roll through this in the first couple kilometers of this race, Craig, and man, that is a lot of men trying to stay legal and clean.
That is a lot of men in a short space. Yeah, well, they're just going to have to pay attention. Everyone knows the rules, and the Race Ranger lights, it's very clear that the technical officials on course, so nobody wants to get a draft penalty this early in the race. Especially going through these roundabouts, it can condense up and then spread out again. I'm interested to see Jonas Schomburg. He's a guy who has shown in every race he's done this year that he wants to light it up early on the bike. That's been the tactic he's employed really successfully at a lot of races. I think it's a great tactic for him. He's an absolute monster on the bike. We saw that he was 7th onto the bike course and currently still sitting in 7th, so we'll keep an eye on him. It's still Crociani leading, and also our other short course superstar, Vincent Louis, in 2nd place right now. So as predicted, a lot of the real high quality swimmers, they're right at the front of this race. They position themselves beautifully. Someone like Vincent, a lot of experience. He didn't have to lead the swim, but he wasn't far from the lead. Great transition, and now out onto the bike course clean. And this is where you want to be, towards the front of the race.
Okay, exactly what we wanted to see as well. Here is a stat from our Christian Blummenfelt, one of the crowd favorites. Very likable, very interactive with his fans all the time. He is in 27th position, so he's made up 3 spots from where we saw him last in the swim. And this is something that you obviously have to be very vigilant about. If someone slots in, they've obviously determined that there is space. And if that is correct or not, you are still, that responsibility is yours as that athlete that got slotted in to back up. You have to get out of there.
Yeah, if the light indicator, the race ranger, says there's space, you can slot in. A lot of these athletes will ride right on the limit of that. So they'll ride right on the limit of the draft distance, so that an athlete can't slot in. Potentially they have to go and make the pass the next athlete in front. But you're 100% correct. Once a passing athlete's leading wheel gets in front of the athlete being passed, leading wheel, that the onus is on the athlete being passed to then drop back out of the zone.
Yeah, to drop back out. And so we always say there's only one way out of the draft zone, and that's through the back. You can't get that pass just by inches or centimeters and then just say, hey, I'm going to go right around. You actually have to drop back 15 meters and then go around. And I want to come back here again to Jonas Schoenberg. He finished 6th in Nice, and that was where we watched him very intently on the bike, just dominate and push. And like you said, he's so strong. He's had a nice year so far. He hasn't had any big wins as far as the Ironman 70.3 circuit goes, but that 6th place in Nice was impressive. He also came off that with a 2:36 run. So he was in that battle at the front.
And another notable result is we just got a little glimpse of my little Aussie mate, Nick Thompson, there, making his way up through the field. I'm excited to watch Nick race today, because I think this is a course that suits someone with his skill set on the bike, and Gustav Eden as well. This course suits them. But yeah, back to Schoenberg. I think the European Championships in Frankfurt, he was building a huge lead. I mean, he had a 2 to 3 minute lead early in the bike, when unfortunately he had that mechanical with his handlebars. So yeah, he's shown a propensity to really just go hard off the front very, very early in races, and I'm sure he's not going to change his MO today.
Yeah, it works for him, so stick with the plan. And that was also telling of his psyche. He had a handlebars that broke. He's like, I can keep going. Why not? Like, I don't need this to be attached. Very brave. But here is another great section. Some of these roundabouts, we're still on relatively flat terrain. We're going exceedingly quick here through these sections. I mean, if you look at the kilometers per hour, 42, 43, 44.
Yeah, we can see Ben Canute on screen here, another noted swim biker, and a man who's had 2 silver medals at Ironman 70.3 World Championships. So great pedigrees. I think I'm not sure who we're looking at here. We'll get a close up in a minute. But yeah, Ben Canute has got certainly great pedigree.
Yeah, there he is in the red, white, and blue kit here in the foreground of your shot. He's made a recent coach change. He's now working with Neil Henderson out of Boulder, Colorado, a very storied coach and someone that's worked with top cyclists in the past. So Ben trying to really get back to that level he was at when he took 2nd in Chattanooga behind Javier Gomez. He's been there, and he wants to get back.
And he's raced 2 of the best in history. I mean, he got 2nd to Javier Gomez in Chattanooga, and then 2nd to KB in St. George, Utah. So he's locked horns with the best, and yeah, he's making his way towards the front of this race.
That was one of the best little battles, too, against KB. You couldn't tell who was going to win in St. George to the very end. But you're probably wondering a little bit more specifically about this course. The Zoot Bike course has it all. We're going to dive into exactly what it looks like. Let's watch together.
All eyes now fall onto the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, Spain. Let's take a look at what the athletes will face on the course in Marbella. The 1-lap, 90-kilometre, 56-mile Zoot bike course will provide a challenging but exciting and scenic ride. With a net elevation gain of 1,785 metres, 5,857 feet, The course leaves Puerto Banús Beach, travelling along the famed Golden Mile, palm-lined avenue that runs parallel to the sea. Athletes then turn inland and begin the amazing climb to the highest point on the course, around 20 kilometres in. Descending down further inland to the turnaround, athletes will then retrace back to the high point before taking a slightly different road on the descent back to the beautiful marina community of Puerto Banús and T2.
And there you saw it, all of the ins and outs of this beautiful course. Really challenging, really beautiful. I doubt that any of these men will have a chance to take in that scenery unless something has gone terribly wrong. You don't want to see that. Right now, the frantic nature of this opening stretch of road is exactly as you described it. For orientation, I'm Michael Lovato sitting with Craig Alexander, and we are watching this incredible precision fuel and hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. This event has been going on since 2006, so count it, the 20th running today, and we're going to crown a champion. Will it be a defending champ? Will it be a two-time champ, I should say, or a brand new 70.3 world champion? Oh man, so much time before we know the answer to that question. But just watching, also, I think notable, these roads are buttery smooth for the most part. Daniela Reeve pointed out to us yesterday that there are a few little hiccups, a few little bumps here and there once you're out, you know, on the mountains, but realistically quite good road surfaces.
Yeah, beautiful road surfaces. It looks like Rico Bogan's making his way to the front, as most people predicted he would at some point. We've got Jamie Riddle and Schomburg up towards the front as well. I caught up with Jamie a couple of days ago. He's been battling a little hamstring injury, so he said to me his plan was to really go harder on the bike than normal, and that's saying something because he normally goes hard on the bike anyway. So, but we can see Rico Bogan, he's up into third spot, and yeah, he's right in his wheelhouse here. I don't want to say he's the strongest bike rider in this field, but he'd be in the top three.
Yeah, that's right. And as you come right off of that, we did also note something that is kind of unique as we look at just the stats of some of our past cycling. Well, of our event, we have seen, we got KB, and yes, thanks for pointing him out. KB right there, first time we've seen him on camera. This man, Christian Blummenfelt, representing Norway. Man, when you've won the Olympic gold and then come back and won an Ironman World Championship, and then you've won, well, pretty much everything, you've got to have a little bit of confidence, but there's also levity with this man, always.
Oh, he's a great ambassador for our sport. He's just that combination of champion mentality and mindset, but humility as well. And you mentioned his results. I mean, that 2021-22 season on the men's side, it was historic, the way he was bouncing around. We see athletes go up in distance, but he was going up and then coming down in such a short turnaround and short space of time. As we see him making contact, bridging up a little gap there and making contact with this first chase group. It's not going to be long till they hit the climbs here. And I mean, it's like Christmas out there. These race ranger lights are like Christmas lights flashing on and off the whole time. So I really think the roundabouts and the technical sections here where it compresses up, the bike group compresses up and then spreads out. These guys have to be hyper vigilant not to roll into a draft zone. I think that's Medel Hidalgo there on the right, who again, one of our short course superstars, finished second in the WTCS series this year, World Triathlon Series, just a man with great pedigree, but he's also won 70.3 races, so he has quite a diverse skill set.
He sure does. And as we watch Christian Blummenfelt out of the saddle, passing two men, getting a double pass, we have to also say that this guy, only 2 months ago, would have taken out another Ironman world title had it not been for the 2:29 marathon of Casper Stornes. 2:29, I just like saying that. I didn't know when we'd get there. But we have a race on our hands, watching these men take one of the early climbs. Will we see a breakaway? Well, time will tell. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Precision Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with precision, fuel, and hydration. And by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has the destination. Experience Oman. And as we come right back to where we left you off, we are watching a breakaway attempt here by Schoenberg and Riddle. And Craig, you were saying that Riddle was going to go harder because he's had a little bit of a hamstring tightness or a little bit of a niggle. He's going from the bike, as is Schoenberg, which is a little bit of a broken record. Schoenberg likes to go off the front.
I don't think those gentlemen need any excuse to go off the front, but yeah, no, it's good to see some early aggression on the bike. It'll be controlled aggression. I think part of it is just to create some separation on this bike. We saw how closely bunched 45 athletes came through Ruby transition and then out onto these early miles of the bike, and it was lightning quick as we see Ben Canute trying to make his way to the front of the race, which is great to see. He seems to be on a flyer today, but yeah, Schoenberg and Riddle are taking this up the road, and it's nice. I think it'll create some rhythm in this bunch.
I think so too. And when we just talk a little bit more about our American athlete there, Ben Canute, I did catch up with his coach a couple weeks ago, and he said finally, he just moved from Arizona to Colorado. He's at altitude. He's finally feeling like he's back where he used to be, where he was that top 3 contender, top 3 finisher, specifically second place at World Champs. So it's cool to see, and he's going for it. I want to bring in for another time today, a very special guest, an Ironman athlete, a competitor, someone that also really got pretty aggressive in the Pro-Am a couple days ago. Yes, again, it is our Ironman Group CEO, Scott DeRue. Scott, thank you for being here with us today.
Thanks for having me. And it's an incredible pleasure and an honor to be with you guys. And what an exciting race we've got unfolding here.
100%. And what's neat too is that we didn't expect anything different, but we just didn't know what to see, who we would see up here. So now you're looking at Christian Blummenfelt. What are some of, as we just go right with it, what are some of your early impressions of this race, this group of guys on the road?
Well, at swim start earlier, you could feel the energy, a little bit of tension in the air, but everybody excited to get started. And so that swim was just chaos. And then, Croy, as you mentioned, they came out in T1, and I don't know that I've ever seen 45 guys come in all together, but it's shaping up to be a really exciting race. And, Schoenberg and Riddle, now KB are pushing off the front, and that's really exciting to see. I think it's going to shape up to be one incredible bike ride.
I would agree, and it's interesting. Watch this. He's talking to the cameraman. I believe he's telling him to get out of the way. If it's not get the cameraman out of the way, he's saying, hey, these athletes need to slide over. But it feels to me like he's being very fair and saying you need to move over. Like, I can't have a draft. I mean, that's what I'm sensing. It could be that he's telling them to tell the athletes up the road to move over. Craig, what'd you pick up on that?
Yeah, it's very unusual to see this much dialogue out on the course, and especially from KB. He's a man of few words in general, let alone on a race course. So, yeah, I'm not sure what was going on. We'll keep an eye on that. It was definitely some dialogue with either the cameraman or the bike, or the technical official as we come back to the front of the race. And what a sight that is down this first climb. There hasn't been any separation. This group still seems to be together, but Schoenberg looks like he's pushing hard on the front, and we know Jamie in second place. His strategy for today was to push early and hard on the bike as we come back into the field and see KB. Now, I'm not sure what that was. As we see one of the media personnel come up next to KB here, I think that was some dialogue with the technical official there, probably telling Christian to move over to the barriers. That's what it looked like, but Christian was adamant he wanted to come out and make a pass. So we'll keep an eye on things.
Well, there you go. And looking at this shot, Scott, down the road, you see all those men very different to yesterday. I'd love to take a quick second and just get your reflections on that women's race. Lucy Charles-Barclay, Taylor Knibb, and Tanya Neuber, just the top 3. What were your impressions yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, Lucy and Taylor both coming off of Kona and the experience they had there, to see them recover, not only physically, but also mentally and emotionally, and come out and compete and race for number 1, number 2 was so inspiring. And Tanya coming in third in her second 70.3 ever. That sets the bar pretty high for her. So we had an incredible race yesterday, and with the Ironman Pro Series and Kat taking the back-to-back win in the Ironman Pro Series yesterday, I couldn't think of a better way to finish the 2025 season for the women.
Well said. And as we run right back here to this perspective, which I really like, still the dialogue, Craig. What are you thinking? Are you picking anything up that I'm missing?
Yeah, I'm not unsure. You know, he's still remonstrating with the TO, so it'll be interesting to see if he's been assessed a penalty. I'm not sure why he would. He looks like he's in a good rhythm now. He's leaving a good gap to the rider in front. I think we just saw Yella Geens, the defending champ, come past. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on KB.
That's right. And as I come back, Scott, just another interesting question, because you brought it up, and certainly disappointing for Kat to have to pull out, but also with the Pro Series, Ironman Pro Series, she won. Again, great way to kind of have a consolation prize, $200,000 consolation prize. So wrapping the season, what are your thoughts on that, specifically that amazing series?
Yeah, I mean, the Ironman Pro Series, you know, every second matters, and it's the full season narrative, and I think it speaks to what's possible now in the sport, where obviously the crescendo of the sport being the Ironman World Championship is the pinnacle event, the Ironman 70.3 World Championship is the pinnacle middle distance event, but now with the Ironman Pro Series, we've got a storyline and a narrative that runs throughout the entire year and gives the athletes another way of winning and really you know, taking the crown for the season. And I think it's added so much intrigue and drama and just the storyline to the sport. And all of this is about how we invest in the athletes and invest in the sport to help grow the sport of triathlon.
I love that. And it's such a great race within the race. It's such a great component. It keeps people going, engaged throughout the season. Very good stuff. And now we're seeing a really nice shot here of Christian Blummenfelt. Of course, everybody knows his stats at this point, but the man seems to be on a mission. He is aggressive, assertive, was 27th position at one point, and has now rolled himself right up to third wheel on the road. So he's really crushing. I mean, early on, he's also got company, our defending champion, Jelle Geens from Belgium, which I'll just say this. He was standing on the side of the Ruby transition, the Jelle Geens. Like, he had something go wrong, and he still made himself to the front. That's a good effort.
Very impressive in a short space of time on the road. As we see again off to the side. I'm not sure what's going on with Jelle and his bike there, but he seems to have good legs and good form today. And I really feel we're on the part of the course that suits him. You know, we talk about aerodynamics and absolute power, but on a course like this, watts per kilo, you know, when the gradients get up around 5% average incline, watts per kilo really comes into play. And he's a smaller 62 kilo athlete, Jelle Geens. So when you compare that to Rico Bogan, who's 80 kilos, this is the terrain that really suits Jelle. So he seems to be up the front of the race. We'll keep an eye. I'm not sure what's going on with his bike. There's something that's two incidences that you absolutely don't want to have at a world championship event.
One of the things I don't like, and I promise you I had no idea that was coming when I was referencing the past sort of foible, but coming back, Scott, I just want to look at this scene, and we're watching beautiful cornering of these athletes coming down. This is kind of picture-perfect Spanish racing. You saw the whitewash village there in the background. Just a quick bit of insight into how amazing it is for Marbella to be here, how important Spain and Ironman's relationship is. Just a little bit about that for us, please.
So much history with Ironman in the country of Spain, and certainly here in Marbella. The community of Marbella has been so welcoming to us. I mean, we've been, you know, the vision for this event started a couple years ago, and the leadership of Marbella, starting with the mayor and her team, have just been incredible partners as we've developed that vision together. And to see it all come to life, I could not be more proud of our team, the community of Marbella, the volunteers who come out from around the world, but certainly here throughout Spain, to come and support our athletes and cheer them on and support them on the course. It takes a village to make this happen, and Marbella really showed up this week in a really, really strong and positive way.
Wow, incredible. I agree with you, and I said this yesterday. Thank you so much for being a contributor to bringing this race here, because I feel like I'm super grateful just to be in the south of Spain, in the Costa del Sol, the people, the passion of Andalusia. It's so nice. I just love it.
Yeah, and the people make the place, and the people here bring the passion, the hospitality, the warmth, and just the excitement around the sport. And you walk around Marbella for the last week since at least I've been here, and you feel it. No matter where you go to the restaurants, you go to the shops. Certainly here at the race, all the spectators coming out and supporting all the athletes. It's been incredibly fun to watch, and I think it's a great testament to where the sport of triathlon is at today and what the future holds. I'm really excited about the future of the sport for all of the triathletes around the world.
Well, I'm equally excited, and I am always happy to sit and chat with you. You've got great insight and really just a true fan of the sport as well as being at the helm of our ship. So thank you so much, Scott Deroux, the CEO of the Ironman Group. Thanks for taking time and being here with us today.
Thank you. Incredible pleasure, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Enjoy. Get out there and watch this race for us, and we'll catch up with you soon. Craig, I want to just jump in and share something with you. You might have seen this. Wow, what are we learning here about our defending champ?
Well, our awesome spotters out on course have just relayed that Yellow Geens had a little spill, a little stack coming out of town. Lost his visor, potentially he's got some shifting issues now, so we'll keep an eye on that. But again, just speaks to the class and the form that this man's carrying into this event, that he's still up the front of the race.
It's terrible when you have a mechanical at any race, right? You just never want to see those bad luck incidents, but you certainly do not want to have it at the biggest race of the year. And to have crashed, to have a couple of hurdles early on that you've got to clear and that you weren't expecting is very, very difficult. So it speaks again, though, to the heart of a champion, right?
Yes.
Champions don't sit down.
It's the champion's mindset. They're ready for anything. We saw it in the women's race yesterday, and we see it time and again with the best athletes in our sport. They know how to deal with adversity within these races. That's why they hold the position within the sport that they do.
Correct. 100%. As we come back high again and take a peek at this incredible Zoot bike course where the magic and the beauty of this area are only matched by the challenge of this terrain. And Mirinda and I talked about this yesterday, Craig, just the unique nature where it's not as technical a bike as we saw in Nice, but it is certainly far more technical and demanding on a downhill, a descending nature than any other course we've seen. How does that factor in, especially now early?
There's in a lot. I mean, I really think it brings into play all the skills of cycling, not just the absolute power and the fitness, but the ability to corner, to hold momentum over the rolling hills, to still stay aero and maximise that element when you can. As we see KB, we're getting great shots of him using the whole road here. And I mean, KB, he's had a great start to this race. 50 seconds down, but still relatively in touch coming out of T1, but he's made his way really quickly towards the front of the race. And I mean, look at the names on the leaderboard. We got Jamie Riddle leading. We got Jonas Schomburg up there. We've got Christian Blummenfelt, Rico Bogan, Panayatos Batatos up the front, one of our short course superstars. So there's a lot of firepower right up the front of this race, and we are seeing some fireworks early, and I think that's going to continue as we get to the plateau at the top of the climb at about 19 kilometers.
You bet. And as we watch these pros, we want to kind of remember that we've got 3,400 age group athletes, and many of these athletes, pros and age groupers alike, are racing here this weekend, and they've benefited from a very realistic preview of this stunning bike course in their training via Ruvi, the official digital sports platform of Ironman. Let's hear a bit from them right now.
Welcome to Marbella. My name is Petr Samek and I'm co-founder and CEO of Breakaway, the official digital sports platform of Ironman and the virtual cycling app which helps you to achieve your sport dreams. I established together with my brother the company 15 years ago to resolve our own problem. As a semi-professional cyclist, our indoor cycling winter preparation was quite boring and not so efficient. We resolved it. Right now, Breakaway has more than 250k active cyclists and triathletes. We digitalize the cycling world. We enable you to ride real courses from your home, stay motivated, be efficient, and get race day ready. For example, you can ride Kona as many times as you need. It's just simple and easy to use. You need Breakaway and Smart Trainer. Today, we celebrate almost 1 year of partnership with Ironman. It's an incredible year of learning, discussing of Breakaway value for you, athletes and partners. and we are excited about the next years. We want to resolve the preparation for you, Ironman athletes too. We have committed being the best digital sports platform for triathletes, and we mean this seriously. We have already digitized more than 75 Ironman and Ironman 70.3 courses, and in our pipeline we have much more. We will enable you to write any Ironman course in the focused mode soon. You will be able to import any GPX courses and much more. And finally, we are here to bring you value all the year. I wish all the best to all participants of Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Marbella. Good luck and keep going.
I'm Craig Alexander with Michael Lovato and Marinda Carfrae, and you're watching the 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championships from Marbella, Spain. Rini, we're here with the men's lead group, still on the climb, and we're getting word that Yellow Geens, he's had that little spill, that little stack, and now he's stuck in one gear.
Yeah, that's not at all ideal for a course like this. It's not ideal for any course, but when you're riding mountains like this, you need access to every single gear. And it's just going to be a tough day for him. I mean, hopefully, I don't know if he can get it sorted or if he can just grin and bear it for now. But honestly, we've got the man in screen right now, Christian Blummenfelt, and he's right in a great position, like sitting right in that main pack, keeping out of trouble. Everything looks to be rolling along smoothly for him right now. I was really surprised in the swim to see Rico Bogan so far off the back of the pack. Chatting with Luke and wondering, is there something off or awry with him? You never see him that far down. He was actually off the back of that main group of athletes, so really surprised to see that. But he's right up in there now, so clearly the bike legs have shown up and he's still feeling good. Yeah, the bike legs have definitely shown up. It's interesting in a stacked swim field like that, you can get boxed in at the start, or if you miss the start or your positioning's a little off, you can end up further back in the pack. But yeah, he was definitely detached off the back, which spoke to something else. But his bike legs have shown up and he's right on the front of this group and doing what he likes to do, which is just put out immense power. So yeah, I mean, this immense power, apparently it's 400 watts for 80 kilometers. Like, that's the goal. Average. Yeah, that's what he holds in the 80K bike races that he does in triathlon. So just an incredible talent. But Jamie Riddle's still sitting on the front here and having a real crack of it. Yeah, Jamie Riddle looks good. At that last shot we saw of Christian, it looked like he was getting a little detached off this group. We can see him coming into the back of the picture here. So he's sort of yo-yoing, as we say, off the back of this front group. But we are starting to see a bit of selection at the front of this race. Certainly a front group forming, and it's really been just Schomburg and Riddle who are laying down the power and have created this gap. And here's what I'd like to know as we talk a little bit about our Norwegian duo, and looking at Christian Blummenfelt, he's got about 22 seconds at the last check over Kasper Stornes. How much of the effort early and on the bike in particular for KB is he trying to just get away? Because, hey, last time he got outrun by his training partner. Is he trying to get away from those guys early? That's a really great question, because I feel in Nice, maybe KB along with Laidlow were the aggressors who bridged up to our 4 breakaway early leaders, and Kasper Stornes was almost the beneficiary of that. He was able to sit back and be more measured with his pacing, and it seems he's doing the same thing here. But this is what we've come to expect from KB. He just wants to get to the front of the race, and he's doing it again. Kasper Stornes, although we are saying there's some separation starting to form, it's seconds, not minutes. And the main 30 or 40 athletes are still all within close proximity of each other. So it looks like Kasper's being patient again. It was a strategy that served him well 2 months ago. And I'm sure he's not going to change too much in terms of the way he paces and his strategy. It is half the distance, and it's definitely a more explosive effort, but it's still a measured, steady state effort within that. Correct, and look at that overhead shot there of our road. No straight lines here as they climb up this Zoot bike course. Take a look at the graphic below as we approach Ohen, and you'll have a little bit of a crest there before some nice downhill segments, and then of course the real meat of the climbing comes again on the way back. We just have, I'd say, quite a varied course here. We're watching the dynamics change in and out. We've got Jamie Riddle at the front, Jonas
Schoenberg in second. Yelagines are defending champ in third. Rico Bowden in fourth. Christian Blummenfelt chasing them down. Who is going to be in front at the start of the descent coming up?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
And here we are behind the likes of Christian Blummenfelt as he tackles this challenging bike course here in Marbella, and a lot of action still in front of us. We are early on in this race. We are approaching 18.6 kilometers, and there's just so much racing. But looking at that man, KB, I want to say that our A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka series is a race week event that takes you behind the scenes with the top pros, and this week we did catch up with the Norwegian dudes. Let's have a look.
All the pressure is on them, not me. So I enjoy it.
I've kind of recovered, but also been a bit tired and then like borderline sick for a very long time. It's been a good season here to finish it up with a bang. Hopefully it can be in the mix to do something. My third place in the Pro Series should be pretty safe, I hope, but yeah, let's see how it goes. And here we have the other Norwegians.
How are you, Casper? I'm good. I hope. So, yeah. Looking forward to race. It's going to be nice. Are we waiting for Christian? As usual. As usual. How there? What the hell?
I invited myself. Sorry.
That's great.
You can tell me that. I'm just gonna stalk you.
I just told her to not go too hard in the hills. Let's go.
We'll see if I can get not drunk.
Yeah.
All can happen in a race, but like 12 minutes is maybe too much to ask for to take the Pro Series. But I focus more on the race here than battling Christian for the Pro Series. You never know, but kind of know.
Yeah, my fellow Norwegian friend Sebastian is racing, and
Yeah, he's strong on the swim and the bike, and also a good runner, so I think he can shake it up. And it's a long time since I raced Jelle, so it's going to be cool to race him again.
I don't have powers, I don't know how much we are pushing. 340. 340, okay.
So that will take 10 minutes at 340 watts. So I guess it's going to be more push on race day.
Yeah, I think still Christian is the one to beat. He's been training almost better now than before Nice. So yeah, I think it's going to be exciting.
You can't dwell on something in the past, but you can learn. We live, we laugh, we learn.
Doesn't it live, cry, learn?
Live, cry, learn. No,
laugh, cry, learn.
And those guys living, laughing, crying, and learning. So actually, that's quite savvy, quite good words to live by. And the reference there to the other Norwegian, the other Norwegian, Sebastian Wernersen, watching out for that 23-year-old. When you get the call out from someone like Gustav Eden, you've got to be proud of yourself. Hey, you're in the mix.
You've got a lot to live up to as well, though.
As well.
No pressure,
well.
Sebastian.
And just sort of throwing it out there. We're saying Kasper Stornes needs to get 12 minutes to get up on the Ironman Pro Series. 12 minutes, that's a tall ask.
It's a tall ask at the pace these men run at. So, yeah, I mean, look, the Ironman Pro Series adds another layer of intrigue and interest for sure. But at the moment, these men are racing for an Ironman 70.3 world title first and foremost. That's a nice little cherry on top, particularly with the prize purse and the prestige of winning the Ironman Pro Series. But yeah, I think right now their mind's on other things.
It sure is. And I want to just remind everyone as we faded away from that fighting chance that if you want to see more of those, we'll show you some more. But go to Ironman Try and you see the full episodes as well as proseries.ironman.com, and you get more inside action there as we come back here to our race. And we are lucky enough to be joined by another special guest, a man in this sport who needs very little introduction. You may not recognize his voice, but you're about to hear the buttery soft tones of a very fast athlete, Ironman world champion, just one of the small titles to his credit. This, of course, is from France, Sam Laidlow. Thanks for joining us, Sam.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's already shaping up to be an exciting race, and I thoroughly enjoyed watching the women's race yesterday. So yeah, it's been so far. I mean, everything's kind of as expected. I think a very, very dense race. I think at one point I just checked a few minutes ago, and it was like nearly 30 guys within a minute. I think now seems to be a front group of riders that have pulled away, and again, as expected, Magnus is now leading the race and going full gas on the section that really suits him. I think he came in almost as an underdog, and I told everyone here that I actually fancied him for the win or definitely the podium, simply because he's had a bit of a frustrating season, despite showing early on that he was really good in South Africa.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, Magnus was his star's been on the rise for probably 5 years now. He's had a couple of incredible back-to-back seasons. This season started amazingly well with a win at Ironman South Africa. Then he had the punctures in Utah. He had that the littering controversy at the European Championships, which really messed with his race, and was battling illness in Nice. So not this season, but still we can't ever count out the pedigree. And as you mentioned, I mean, he's got the big frame, so probably the early miles of this course don't suit, but he's now in his sweet spot, at that plateau at the top with his absolute power.
Yeah, I mean, I've raced Magnus a lot over the years, and although in Ironman I seem to have always, for the full distance, I've seemed to have got the better of him when it comes to the half Ironman racing or the T100s. He's always been so strong. He has an incredibly high FTP, and as you said, he's a bigger guy. And he's just very, very good. I think he's obviously done a lot of work when it comes to aerodynamics, but at very high speeds, because at the end of the day now the races are getting so dense that this is where the differences are made. You know, everyone can ride at 40, 45, but not everyone can ride at 65. And now we're seeing that now. You can see the field is being stretched out by Magnus, and Jamie's hanging on. There's even a gap there, it seems, between Jamie and Jonas, and the pressure is definitely on right now.
Yeah, this is a great scene, seeing Magnus Ditlev on the front of this race. It's interesting just talking about the attention to detail and the marginal gains. As the average speeds get higher and higher, all of those things come more into play than ever before. And you guys do a lot of testing with equipment, and Magnus is one guy who's known for the testing, changing things up, innovating with his drink bottle position and all those sorts of things. So, and this is the part of the course where it's really going to come into play.
Yeah, Magnus is someone who's very secretive, I would say, about his optimization and testing. I think he even came to Kona last year with a kind of a full bike, pretty much, that it wasn't allowed in the end. So yeah, he'll probably be one of the guys who's there pushing the innovation. And I think even the cycling world, to some extent, has to thank triathlon, because they obviously have so many rules that we don't have necessarily, and so it forces us to look for new solutions, you know. And Magnus is someone who's also very close to Fusion's headquarters, who's living in Denmark, so he can spend a lot more time than some of these athletes who don't necessarily have access to it. But yeah, I mean, this course is really interesting because it's actually, you'd think if you're doing a 2-hour time trial or 90 kilometers time trial, the guys would just stay at around whatever 350 watts, but this is really a course where you're either at threshold or letting off the gas, and trying to know when to push the power is really, really important.
So do you think to that point, it's not your traditional time trial effort, that it brings some of the short course guys into play here, because that's sort of their sweet spot in terms of threshold, over threshold, VO2 max efforts, recovering a little under threshold. It's kind of a different power profile to your normal time trial.
Yeah, it's very different, and for the guys like Magnus who want to get away and who don't want to be the faster runners, they actually have a bit of a dilemma, which is a similar dilemma to I had in Nice, is that Magnus right now is probably not riding to go as fast as possible. He's riding to get away from the best runners, because to ride as fast as possible, you need to apply a lot of power in the slower parts of the course and then kind of let off the gas in the faster parts. But he knows, being a heavier guy, that the chance of him getting away from the lighter athletes, his best chance is going to be on them fast descents. So yeah, it's interesting to see that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I just love the different tactics and strategies that you need. I mean, every course has its specific performance requirements, right? And I think it's one of the great things about where the sport has headed the last 3 or 4 years. It's not just a blanket approach. You've got to be really, really specific for the course and the athletes you're racing against. We got some vision before of Casper Stornes, our Ironman world champion. He seemed to be in the mix, and also Miguel Hidalgo was on the screen not long ago as well, and he seems to be in good form and is an athlete who can bounce between distances, so we'll keep an eye on him.
And I'll say this, the first mention of a possibility for Magnus Ditlev of being on the podium comes from you, and I want to kind of dive back into that. If you see him getting on the podium, what sort of lead does he need? What kind of time does he need to generate in front of these guys off the bike, Sam?
Yeah, it's a tough question. I think Magnus is also a really good runner, obviously.
Fantastic.
And I think over the likes of Christian, probably 2 minutes, Christian or Hidalgo or Casper. But yeah, it's difficult because the density is so high now that you can't really say he needs this much. There's so many athletes that could run maybe 1 minute slower than Magnus, right. You know. But yeah, I mean, for sure so far, Casper's done everything right. And the big advantage that Casper has got right now is just his confidence. You know, he's pretty confident that if he can be within a minute or two of these guys, and I think that's really what kind of shined through in Nice was his confidence, to have the confidence to let the other two Norwegians go in front and just carry on running at 3:30 it takes a lot of confidence, and I think that's something, it's one of his biggest strengths right now.
Well, let me put you on the spot and reframe the question. This run course, I mean, you've seen the course, you watched Milan race yesterday, you watched the women's race. What do you think it will take to win on this course?
I think
or what do you think Christian will run on this course?
What do I think Christian will run? I think, so actually the first thing my partner said when she came across the line was like, wow, that run was really, really hard, like much harder than she expected, having to go over the bridges and then the corners and then the rough terrain a bit along the beach. So I actually, when I was making my predictions, I predicted Jelle Geens winning the race. I thought that Christian would make the bike really hard, but then maybe suffer from it, which we've seen in the past with some cramp issues. But obviously, Jelle has had some mechanical, which on this course is not ideal at all. And yeah, I think one thing. I mean, I've gone out and I've recce'd the bike. And the way back is a real long drag, and I think at this level, in the first 40, 50k, all the guys are pretty similar. You know, if you put them on the 40, 50k time trial, they'd all be within a minute of each other. But on the way back, that's where we'll really see the guys who have worked on that strength endurance, because it's a long drag back before hitting the final descent.
Some great course insights there, Michael.
I know, fantastic. And just to be able to pick the brain of a champion like Sam has been fantastic. I'll just say, do you have a little bit of FOMO? Do you wish you were out there?
I knew this question was gonna be asked. Not really. No, I mean, I've actually, a fun fact, but I've actually never, or should I say, I've never finished a 70.3. I did one 70.3 when I was 18 years old, and other than that, I've never done one. So yeah, I need to be on a start line before coming to a World Championship.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Our broadcast today is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And today we are tackling an amazing course here in Marbella. I'm Michael Lovato, sitting here with Sam Laidlow and Craig Alexander, and we are watching the Zoot Bike course. We're not even to the halfway point, but this precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship is offering everything we asked for. Sam, we left with you saying you don't really miss being out there, which is cool because we get to benefit by having you here at the booth. We'll come back here. Now we're looking at Rico Bogan. Do you think we're going to see him push on through, our 2023 champ here at this race?
Yeah, Rico's an interesting athlete because he's very, very aggressive, and he's someone who he just goes until he blows, basically. So which I like, you know, and I've been like that in the past. And but it also means that he's either going to probably be on the podium or way out of the top 10 with this density. So yeah, he's just going to stay at the front, and he's someone who, for a bigger guy, has really got some quick run speed, you know. So he'll probably be up there for the first 10k of the run, pushing it still. But yeah, again, I really think that once they get to the turnaround, that's when we'll start to see who the real men are, let's say.
I like it. I like it. And Rico Bogan, interesting, like you said. I mean, to that point, he's only won 2 70.3s. One was the World Championship, and then he, so it shows that he's probably putting it out there. And you got to swing. Sometimes you hit the home run, sometimes you strike out.
Yeah, it's his big play, isn't it? Go for the win, go for broke, and as fans and people watching it, it makes it interesting for us. Looking at this front group on paper, I mean, if I were to ask you who were the best 3 or 4 cyclists on the men's side of our sport at this distance, I mean, some of the names you'd come up with would be Magnus Ditlev, Rico Bogan, Jonas Schomburg, and they're all at the front of this race. So, it's shaping up nicely. I love Sam's point, though, 40, 50K into a 90K bike ride, you can gloss over a lot of the deficiencies and the cracks. That climb coming back from the turnaround, which is slightly past the halfway point in this ride, I think we'll get a better indication. And also just the slightly cooler temperatures here, I think it sort of lends itself to more of a Rico Bogan play. I mean, the cooler temperatures keep the heart rates a touch lower, the core body temperature a touch cooler, so it kind of makes it easier to expend that energy on the bike as we get a nice close-up of Jelle Geens. Not sure if he's still having those mechanical issues, but if he is, he's certainly packed his riding legs for Marbella this year.
Yeah, these are perfect temperatures to race in. I mean, even the water is kind of on the cooler side, so sometimes when temperature can be kind of just on the limit of being wetsuit illegal, it can also play a role on the race dynamic, and you can see a lot of guys actually overheat on the swim already and then just be completely cooked for the bike, which is great that we don't have that today, because it means that everyone is just going out there and going full gas. I just saw there on the tracker, one interesting name is Mathis Margier, who's actually he was in the pack behind, and he's made it to the front pack now. So he's probably the fastest on course from the start, which, again, for a bigger guy to say he's gone over that climb fastest and then caught up onto that group. It's interesting, and I think that now maybe him and Magnus or something could work together on the way back once he's recovered a bit. But yeah, I've known Mathis since my junior years, and he was so strong on the bike back then already.
Yeah, well, Mathis is known in the T100 races for just exploding the field, and he's had, backed it up with good runs. He's had a whole bunch of top 5 finishes this year. So yeah, it is interesting. You mentioned Magnus Ditlev earlier, and now Mathis, bigger guys, but still managing this early part of the course really well, and probably coming to a part of the course profile that suits them better.
Yeah. But this is it's interesting to see. Obviously, everyone knew the field was incredible this race, but I really feel we're almost seeing a change in how the races are going to play out, just because there's so many guys still at 45k, and people are going to have to rethink their strategies, in the future. Or for someone like me, for instance, if I wanted to win this race, I would have to drastically work on my run, even if it meant kind of letting go of the cycling maybe, because it's very, very difficult to get away when you're 15 meters behind someone. You're saving a lot of watts, and obviously the faster you go, the more watts you're saving at 15 meters or 20 meters, and so it will really be a run race, I think, today.
That's great insight as well, and it really, I just love, you're analyzing yourself, you're in off season, you're thinking about it, and it does, the dynamics changing, you've really got to figure it out, what's the best way to play your cards on the day. Let's get back into the dynamics of the ups and downs, and now getting bunched up and really having to stay out of trouble. Talk to the viewers, Craig and Sam, about that difficulty in staying legal, not getting the penalty, intentional or otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting dynamic, and Sam alluded to before the different draft rules at different events. Here, I really feel in a group with this much power and kind of evenly matched guys, you have to be hyper vigilant, first of all, that you don't get into the draft zone. But I think these guys are good enough and experienced enough, and the pack, the selection, it's a lot smaller now, and they know each other and respect each other. You can stay outside a bit to counteract that concertina-ing effect. You get strung out over the crest of a hill, and then when you hit the next crest, the guys in front, they're going up as you're still coming down and carrying speed. You just got to watch that, and I think it plays to the tactics, but also your own pacing strategy. If you can spread out a little bit further, it just means you can hold power a little bit steadier.
Yeah, for sure. The camera right now is on Jonas, and actually just made me think this is probably the first race we've seen Jonas race smart, which normally he's on the front, he's out of T1 first, he's out of T2 first, and he almost races with his legs and his heart and not so much his brain. But I don't know if this is a sign that he's not having his best day or that he's having a great day. But yeah, he could definitely be one to watch because he's a extremely fast runner. I think he recently finished third in the T100 also, which was 1 week after the Ironman World Championships. So yeah, maybe with a bit of freshness he can pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, amazing powers of recovery. Got third in that T100 and 7 days later. I mean, the nutrition, the super shoes, they all, I guess, improve recovery, but I don't care. That's still unbelievably impressive. It's interesting. It could be maturity or it could be a sign he's not feeling good, but it also could be a mark of respect that this is the strongest field that he's raced in this year and he knows who he's up against, and maybe he does need to just manage his race a little bit better than he has previously.
Yeah, I mean, it's right now, whoever's on the front of that pack will be pushing, I would say, 100 watts more than someone like Jonas right now. And that's, yeah, I mean, half Ironman is difficult because it's now the level, and with nutrition, as you said, and the science behind it, you can race full gas. So it's, yeah, it's a bit of a gamble because obviously you want to race aggressively. But again, you've got to be smart. You've got to be smart, you know, and the chances of one of these guys coming off the bike with a minute lead, and if they do, what does that cost them? So I think all of these guys know right now that it's gonna be a run race. I think some of them, like Matisse, Matisse is at the front again now. So yeah, this is a really impressive ride from Matisse because he's made it back from pretty much the second big pack, and he's pushing, and even Magnus there looks to be leaving at least 20 meters. Yeah, so yeah, now I'm hoping that him and Magnus can work together. Yeah, just so we can see that the bike does have a bit more of a role on the race. But even if these two come in with a minute or two over the best runners, it's going to be really tough for them to hold that off after the effort it took.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Matisse and Magnus, this is their play. If they want to win this race and take the title, they need to make a move. You know, the remaining miles of this bike course. I feel Schomburg, Jelle Geens, I mean, I feel Jelle feels he can run a fast time on this course. So he's in the box seat right now.
Yeah, I did a podcast with Jelle a few weeks back, and he was up in Andorra, and he raced a lot this season, obviously, and he just felt that he was having good races, but when you race a lot, it's also difficult to do a big block of training, and he just felt that his kind of all of his levels, his thresholds were kind of slowly going down a bit, and so he made the decision to go to Andorra and do a proper block before this race, and that can definitely pay off, and that's what you need if you want to win a big race like this.
How's the podcast going? What have you got to do to get an invite on it?
Yeah.
I'll find you a VIP pass.
There you go. And I tell you what, a Fighting Chance presented by Hoka is our race week series that pulls back the curtain and gives you behind the scenes looks at everyday lives of these elite triathletes around the world. And this week we caught up with the guy that you guys are chatting about, Jonas Schomburg. Let's hear what he had to say.
I try to hide as much as possible, but I think my character is more like being aggressive, try to push the swim, push the bike.
How do you feel being in Marbella?
Just got here last night, and then first day here, expected a bit sunnier, to be honest, but you can't have it all. But the race course looks nice so far, so yeah, 45, not faster, isn't it?
How's that training build been?
I had a lot of fitness still, but I was working now on the speed a bit more. Still worked on my bike, got a new bike, a new setup. That was also helping for the motivation to keep me going after Nice. Because normally I feel like a little dip after an Ironman afterwards, but I was pretty fine. I enjoyed it.
You already have a WhatsApp group going. Are you in that group?
I was in the group. I was the main character in the group. Job was to do like push it around the boys to break up the swim. I did it actually in Nice.
This is a little bit of a hilly course.
Yeah, but I think the harder the better normally for me. I actually like it when it's even hotter. So I hope for a hot, humid day. Choppy water would be perfect. But you can't have it all. I think my shape is pretty good. Last session went really well actually, and didn't do altitude. So this time I'm coming from sea level. I feel like feeling fresh, and that's the most important thing. I know it's a big field. I think one of the strongest ever. The Norwegians are here. I think hard to beat them, but I try to do my best. I think I have a good shot, or like being in the game, and then bit of revenge, like coming from knees, try to beat this time, going for the podium. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Jonas Schoenberg from Germany and his fighting chance presented by Hoka. If you want more of that, watch some short AFC episodes on Instagram, and then at Ironman Tri and AFC, you'll see the full episodes also on proseries.ironman.com. So check that out also on the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And if I look at this, I love the attitude, I love the confidence, I love a little bit of swagger. And but also real. I mean, he knows this is the deepest field. He's got to get serious. He's got to do everything right. Just pausing for a second. 2:36. He ran in Nice, got that 6th place, and bounced back pretty quickly. I think that's a great sign. Either the fitness rolling in or some cards played well. What do you guys think about that, Sam? I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, 2:36 is one thing, but 2:36 after the state he was in the last 30k of the bike is even more impressive. I rolled past him at like kilometer 150, I think, and honestly, I think I was going like 3 times his speed, and I was like, this guy's done. And he lost 8 minutes, I think, or something in the last 30k, and then by the end of the run, I was like looking behind, hoping that he wouldn't catch me. So yeah, it was impressive, and it shows that he's someone who definitely doesn't lack fitness. He's apparently someone who trains a lot, and who's very, very strong in training. So I think he's just lacking more, I would say, experience over the distance. But already this is his first year in long distance, coming from short course, and he's had a great season so far, I would say.
Yeah, I think it speaks to amazing physical conditioning and mental toughness as well, ability to hang in there, manage himself, as we see Mathis Magerier just doing what he loves to do, which is get on the front, drop some great power. Hopefully he can get some help from Magnus Ditlev and Rico Bogan, because at the moment we've got a few noted runners sitting in this front group, and they look to be sitting pretty.
Can Mathis get away? Will he make this little gap stick, or will that group roll him back in? Let's find out.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And we are watching the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship. I'm Michael Lovato. I've been joined today by a great crew, including Sam Laidlow, Ironman champion of the past. And of course, I'm sitting with Craig Alexander, 3-time Ironman winner in Kona and a 2-time winner of this Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Great insight from all of these incredible guests. And what you're seeing on the road is a lot of back and forth. We've now got Magnus Ditlev at the front. He's kind of bounced back and forth. Now Jelle Geens, our defending champ, in second place. Fantastic, just 2 seconds back. Rico Bogen won 2 years ago. He's now in third. Jonas Schoenberg, who we heard a lot from, the young German, 31 years old, is in fourth, with the Frenchman Mathis Magirier in fifth. I said that fifth, and also Christian Blummenfelt, the guy on camera. That's wrapping up your top six right there. And Craig, it's a little bit of a gap here that we're seeing that group of five pull away from KB. Not too worried. I think it speaks to, again, the nature of the up-down, kind of go when you have the legs and stay confident with that gap. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a dangerous position to be on the back of the group. When you get on these rollers, you know, you're cresting a hill and the front of the group's doing 55, 60 kilometres an hour on the downside, on the other side of the crest. So, yeah, KB's just got to pay attention, but he's got enough experience. As again, we get a great close-up of Mathis Magirier, and he just looks quite composed and comfortable doing what he loves to do, which is just use his bike strength to, you know, set up a good race for himself. And I really see this front group as being sort of split in two. We've got the power bikers, you know, we've got Mathis, we've got Magnus Ditlev, Rico Bogen, Jonas Schoenberg normally, although it looks like he might be racing a smarter race. And then we've also got Jamie Riddle, we've got Jelle Geens, we've got KB in there, Kasper Stornes, Panayotis Batatos, who's a noted runner, has run multiple sub-110 half marathons this year in 70.3 events. So, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. I really feel those bikers, if they want to get on the podium, they have to create some separation from the more noted runners in this group.
That's right, and Batatos did that 107.59, so under 110 by a couple minutes. The number's still very staggering when you say them out loud, but Blummenfelt here out of the saddle, looking over his shoulder, taking a chance to do a few things, get that power from being up, get a little stretch of the back, and also take a peek behind to see where they're at, all at less of an aero cost. When you're going up a hill like this, you lose less of those aerodynamic advantages. But I think he looks great. I think that he's positioned well. His run, again, one of the best in the sport, if not the best consistently. But God, I think we know this. It's going to be fire when they leave Ruvi T2.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess on paper, and I know we don't race on paper, but on paper, I feel we've got the two best runners at this distance, certainly over the last 2 years, in Jelle Geens and Christian Blummenfelt. And you can probably throw Kasper Stornes into that mix as well, because there was that epic duel that, you know, that KB and Kasper had in Aix-en-Provence earlier this year in the Pro Series event there. So where they ran 107 low and really they were shoulder to shoulder until the last kilometre of the run. So I think Jelle Geens is on that level though. So, and you know, looking at KB, we've seen him on screen a few times as we're looking back to the front of this group, and we see Magnus making the pass on Mathis. So Magnus is going to lay down some watts now and maybe try and string this group out a little bit. But, you know, we haven't seen much of Jelle Geens, but when we have seen him, apart from when he's been sitting on the side of the road, he's looked comfortable.
He has. I agree.
He's looked good. He's doing what he needs to do. He's using all his class and his experience to position well. We saw Christian, you know, bridge up the first climb, and he was remonstrating with somebody, maybe about the lead motorbikes. Who knows what that was about? I'm sure we'll find out after the race. But yeah, we've seen him sort of dangle off the back a couple of times too. And I guess the only question mark over his race for me in Nice was, did he expend too much energy trying to get up to the Martin Van Riel, Schomburg, Riddle group? And whereas Kasper Stornes was just sort of maybe a little bit more patient in that race. So this is a shorter race, so time will tell. But yeah, it looks like this group has certainly, they've created a big gap on the main chase group, and we have some of the best runners in the sport in this group. So this, for me, is where the race is right now.
Well, yeah, some great insight there as we come to Magnus Ditlev. The interesting thing I pulled out of the chat with Sam Laidlow is that the way Magnus gets away is not ever going to be on a climb. He's going to do it just opposite. If he wants to get away from the riders behind, he needs to really excel on the easier parts of the course, the downhill, really maximize his aerodynamic advantage, really maximize that high power. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, I just see that this gap at the back with Christian again has sort of blown out. It's deceptive camera angle, but it looks to me like to be, I don't know, 30 meters, maybe more, 40.
I think you're right.
And, you know, this is more I think the dynamic that you'd want to see. If you're comfortable, you certainly don't want to be at 12 when there's only 5 or 6 in the group, but you'd be more at like 17 meters, 17 to 20 meters, I think. That 17 to 20 meter gap is comfortable. It means you don't have to accelerate too much. There's no yo-yoing, as they call it. You know, when you keep getting strung out to 30 meters or 40 and then you're back to 12 and then back to 30, it's just using energy that really you may need in the run.
Yes, indeed. And I think back, if I kind of come to how we were talking about Nice and looking at this race, where I believe, and shoot me down here if I'm wrong, it happens often, you can afford a little bit more risk. You can pay a little bit less on the run in a race like this if you do overextend or race a little bit inappropriately, we'll say. So 13.1 miles or 21K, it's not easy, it's not quick, but before you really get in trouble, the race is over, I think, at this 70.3 distance. And so that's just saying, can you come out here, and maybe you're in this group, can you just sort of say, I've got to go. I've really got to go for it. Now's the time. Kind of light it up and see what I can do.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the back of this front group is being distanced. Matisse, his addition to this front group it's dropped a hand grenade.
It has.
At the front there. So Christian, he's just got to keep things steady here, and he knows what he needs to do. I mean, you can see that group. They're probably 10 to 12 seconds up the road in front. So it's interesting. Jamie Riddle's still in the group. I think Schomburg's still in the group. Yelageen's still in the group. So certainly not ideal for KB. He's just been gapped off the back, as has Casper Stornes, and it looks like Panayotis Batatos has also as well. So just that relentless power on the front. You know, it looked like Matisse and Magnus just taking turns to keep the pressure on, and it's finally starting to pay dividends for them.
I agree, and now we're looking at the Italian Alessio Crociani, our swim leader. They're still in the mix, not getting dispatched by these other athletes. So great stuff there to see Bib 58 pushing along there. And then we're back here, and I think you're right. There's our player. That's the variable that came in, the Frenchman chasing the Dane. So Magnus Ditlev up on the saddle on the right side now in white with Matisse here coming by. I mean, what an effort, because that's just that kind of hill where you can get up and just dance on the pedals and really push and hurt the folks that are trying to stay with you. And that's an assertive effort right there. That's a move.
Yeah, this is an orchestrated movement, and by orchestrated, I don't know if they talked about it before the race, but clearly the race situation, the way it is, these two have locked eyes and said, let's keep the pressure on, and I love it. They're winners. This is their big card to play, and they're going to play it.
That's right. And watching the man on front here on the pointy end of the race, we caught up with him earlier. Let's hear what Mathis Margerier said to us earlier.
I know you didn't have the 70.3 worlds you wanted last year. How are you feeling coming into this race this time around?
For sure, I want to have a great race, because last year I had a drafting penalty. So yeah, I was really disappointed after the race. So I will try to not have a blue card this time. I will try to push hard on the bike to do a great race. Yeah.
Do you think this course is like perfect for you? Really suits you?
It's good because the bike is going to be tough, you know, and it's going to be difficult on some part to draft because it's uphill. But you know, I'm quite a heavy guy on the circuit, so it's good for me. But I will have to push really big power on the climbs, because some guys are lighter than me and really strong on the bike. For example, Yelageen or guys like that. But yeah, it's good course for me. But I will wait for the way back to push my power, I think.
Yeah. So on the downhill, you think that's where you can take advantage?
On the first downhill, it's really fast, and I think if you are in front of the group, you're going to do big efforts, and the guy behind you, it's only 12 meters, so it's going to be easy for them. So it depends. If you're alone, yeah, if I'm alone, I'm going to push hard to make the gap bigger. But if you're with the group, it's better to stay behind.
There you go. That's the man that is at the front of our race today. Here he is on camera, a bigger, heavier guy. He doesn't look that way on camera, but he's chasing again the Great Dane, the great figure of, well, he's right in front of Magnus Ditlev now. But have a look there. Our latest time split shows our defending champ up front. Here, is that correct? Wow, does that gap ring for you? I mean, they're showing 30 seconds, Jelle Geens. Is that accurate on the tracker where he's pushed ahead like that?
Yeah, Michael, Jelle Geens, it looks like he's the form runner in that front group now. It looks like we've got, he's leading. Yes, that's correct. That's him.
Yeah, there we go.
Just passing Jamie Riddle on the left there. But it looks like KB is off the back of that group, 30 seconds, and Batados and also Stornes. So those three notables, you know, in the runner group of this pack now, sort of the pressure on them.
Yeah, the pressure's on for sure. I mean, we saw that. We've seen some assertive moves, Rennie, where these guys are just, I think they're making them, I mean, they're really making their mark. They're making everyone behind work. It's going to be a very fast bike. We were just under 2:30 for the women yesterday. The men really pushing the pace to the low twos.
Yeah, I think this tracker split we just got is clearly not
not
right.
quite right.
Yeah, it still
I think
looks like Magnus and Matisse are on the front.
Yeah, I think so too. And just seeing that, there's no 30 seconds between anyone.
No, but to Rennie's point, there's kind of an internal battle going on in this group here, because clearly these boys know the run pedigree of a Jelle Geens, but Batatos, Jamie Riddle. So, you know, in a perfect world, they don't want to be rolling into Ruvi T2 with you know, athletes who are going to run 106 or 107. So we're getting some footage here of...
He grabbed that second bottle. That was good. We saw a slow-mo missed bottle, grabbed bottle. Always an art there to keep the speed where you need to be for the race, but not be going too fast and lose the chance to get the bottle. Back with Magnus Ditlev here, and noting all of that hydration everyone is tending to, grabbing the water. Well, that's because we have reached 61 degrees Fahrenheit or 16 degrees Celsius. This, of course, is our race weather presented by Roka. That feels like about 59 due to that 59% humidity. Craig, it's great weather to race in, but it feels warm when you're exerting yourself. What'd you see?
Yeah, I think it's great racing weather. What I'm seeing is Jelle Geens just, man, he looks like he is on a flyer today.
Wow.
We know his versatility and his consistency across the disciplines. He's a great swimmer, great biker, and possibly the best runner in the field. We know he's in good shape. We know he's looking to defend the title, but just the way the confidence and how good he must be feeling to move around Matisse into second place there. Yeah, that's a telling sign for me. I think, you know, when you know you're one of the runners in the group, there's no need to do that kind of thing unless you're just feeling super comfortable. And to me, he looks like he's feeling super comfortable. I think we've got Seth Ryder on screen there, it looked like. Just got a quick flash view out of the corner of my eye. But yeah, for me, that's a telling sign that Jelle's feeling really good. And, you know, we talked about he's one of the 4 70.3 champions. He's, in fact, the defending champion and looking to make history and become only the 4th athlete on the men's side to do so after Michael Raylert in 2009-2010, the great Sebastian Kienle, 13 and 14, and Gustav Eden. I'm going to say Gustav did it, even though there was a year missing in the middle, but in 2019 and 2021. So Jelle Geens on a flyer today.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
This Ironman 70.3 World Championship is brought to you by Precision Fuel and Hydration. And these athletes, including the front man here, Magnus Ditlev, is absolutely dialing in the machine, tending to all the fueling, the tactics. The effort is on point. He's looking over his shoulder, and he's got to be noticing, well, there's our defending champ. Don't really want to be too close to him if I can do anything about it. Rennie, what do you think?
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Michael. Having the defending champ right on your wheel, that's just a telling fact for everybody. You know, seeing Jelle have that little spill early on the bike, he had to hop off, situate himself again, and then he hopped off again with that gearing issue. So he hopped off the bike twice, and he's still sitting in that front pack. So having that change of speed and that ability to be able to troubleshoot in the moment and then get back right into the action, that just tells me that that's somebody who is having a day. So that's somebody who's feeling good, their legs are good. And if we learnt one thing, you know, we saw those runners, Kasper Stornes, KB, and Batados sort of just ever so slightly getting off the back of this group. If we learnt one thing from yesterday, watching Taylor and Lucy go back and forth, this course kind of, like the climb's almost not quite long enough to really create enough separation for it to be meaningful. And so, you know, when they go over the top, if you're chasing, you're willing to take more risks, and you can see the athletes in front of you. And it's like, it's do or die. I need to get back onto this pack. And so I think that's what we saw with Lucy. Taylor was a little bit more tentative and leading on that descending section. You know, and as we see Kasper off the back a little bit there. But again, as soon as it gets to the descents, it's do or die. I have to get back onto this group. I will take more risks than the guys in front of me. And then the, you know, they're back together again. So I think that might be the case again today, but cracks are certainly starting to form.
Cracks are here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think that's a really great summary and analysis. We see Simon Westerman here, and he, you know, as much as they are drifting ever so slightly off the back of this group, you know, KB and Kasper are together, and they're with Westerman. So I don't think there's panic stations at all. And this race is far from over. We've got some climbing to go and then the long descent into town. But yeah, just the fact that Jelle, with everything that he's had going on in his race, is just sitting up in the first two or three athletes, for me, speaks to exactly how he's feeling.
I'm looking at Kasper Stornes, and I'm saying, well, this is the guy that won the Ironman World Championship 2 short months ago with a best 2:29 marathon. He's 53 seconds back at this point in the race. I feel really good about his odds to also have a run that is in that 107 territory. And Sam Laidlow pointed out, and you talked about this yesterday, Rennie and Craig, you mentioned it right away. This course, it's not flat and fast. It's somewhat flat with varied terrain, different surfaces that you're hitting, bridges. It's a tough run. You can get a great time, but anyway, I say that because I believe that Kasper Storn is really someone to watch on the run.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Michael, but we just see Kasper, the gap is starting to grow, and you saw him sort of looking over his shoulder. Someone else come around and take a turn. I'm not making inroads here. So there is a little bit of desperation there. But again, there's a lot of, coming off a world championship, and yes, it was, they had a bit more time than the ladies did yesterday. But it's still a big emotional high. It's a lot to come back up for another World Championship event. You've already won the biggest race in the sport. That's not to say that he can't have a good race here. But when you already have that in your back pocket, it's less like, I don't know, I feel like KB has more of the, I got third, I really want it. The hunger is maybe not quite as much there. But, yeah, I mean, he's still in this race and looking very solid.
There you go. Well said, Marinda Carfrae, and it's always fun to have your insight here as someone who's won this and the Ironman World Championship before. So good stuff. Thank you. As I say this, beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. And in case you missed it, in Nice, Ironman announced a landmark global partnership highlighting a major new adventure destination to host Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events, including the 2029 Ironman 70.3 World Championship, which is going to be epic. Let's take a look at what is to come with Ironman and Oman.
Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. The Ironman Group and the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism unite to realize a new bold vision and are proud to announce Experience Oman as a global premier partner and official destination of the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 series. Taking center stage in 2026, Experience Oman will become the naming partner of the Ironman Pro Series. And in 2029, Muscat will proudly host the Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Oman, a country rich in heritage, a country that strives to move forward and evolve, where every mile of the course is steeped in history and offers spectacular scenery. A place where you can race in the pristine capital Muscat one day and climb a 3,000-meter high mountain the next. In 2026, Oman will become host of premier events, including the first full-distance Ironman event in the region with the Experience Oman Ironman Oman. Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 Middle East Championship Muscat, and the continuation to host Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 Salalah. Oman offers you the opportunity to recover in one of many freshwater pools and rest beneath a sky filled with 1,000,000 desert stars. Wander through lush green landscapes and follow your senses to the mystical Frankincense Mountains. We can't wait to welcome you to this incredible country where you can race in a breathtaking destination.
And back in the mix here on the Zoot bike course, and we are an hour and 57 minutes into the 2025 Ironman 70.3 World Championship, brought to us all by Precision. And Craig, we're at 60 to over 60, so between that 60 and 65K mark, and there's a little bit, as you can see, of favorable terrain here, downhill, some flattish sections, and then we got another little grinder up on our way back. Really a lot of hard racing on the bike still.
Yeah, I think they've got about 10 kilometres, 10 or 12 kilometres until they hit the descent back down to the flat coast ride back into T2. And that last footage we got from the back of this group was that Simon Westerman, Kasper Stornes and Christian had hooked themselves back on, so they'd hitched their wagon back onto the front group. And, you know, we've been talking about the terrain here, and Rennie mentioned it before. Some of the uphill sections and the false flats were not quite long enough to distance and or create a permanent separation. There was some 15 and 20 second gaps. We've seen that, you know, Christian didn't panic. He was able to bridge that up, but at what cost? And we're probably not going to find out at what cost that came at until we hit the run.
Until we hit the run. The run is so telling. Marinda Carfrae, I'm going to say this. It's always fun to watch you put some of our guests on the spot. So it's time for me to put you on the spot here before we send you off to call our Ruby Transition 2. Who do you think right now factors into our podium? I won't make you say the order, but who's our top three by your perspective?
I mean, I think Jellegins is just looking so good today. Christian Blummenfelt, if he hangs in there, which I think he will now, he has that big 62 or 60 or 62 front dinner plate on his bike, and that may be why he sort of was struggling to hold on some of the uphills, to be honest. But that's going to serve him well in this downhill section, which is the end of this bike course. And then if Kasper Stornes can still hang in there, which I believe he can at this late stage of the race, I think they're the three big names. I mean, Crowe, is there anyone I'm missing?
No, Jamie Riddle, I feel, is a runner, but I've heard he's coming in with a slight question mark over a hamstring. Maybe not in his best run form, but no, I think they're the three glaring favourites right now. Yeah, interesting, we talk about KB's one by on his bike. He thought it was a 60, apparently it's a 62. So just another little detail that slipped through the net there, but that gearing certainly will help him on this the long downhill sections and the descent back down to the coastline. So I just feel Jelle has been tucked into this group, really been efficient with his energy expenditure. His tactics have been amazing. He's been in the front 3 or 4 of this group the whole way. And he looks great. You know, Matisse and Magnus certainly shaped the front of this race. Their absolute bike power. They were able to navigate the early part of the bike course that didn't suit their strengths and put their fingerprints on the middle part of this bike course, and it's certainly going to have an impact on the outcome of this race. But a lot of our best runners and our big pre-race favourites are still in the mix.
And as we refresh, we want to thank Mirinda Carfrae for joining us again. We'll see and hear from her again later when she hits that Ruvi T2. Notice, though, Rico Bogan at the 64-kilometer mark has that slight margin over Magnus Ditlev. And so Rico Bogan, we know he races aggressively. The German who won as our youngest ever Ironman 70.3 champion 2 years ago in 2023 in Finland. I mean, he went for it. He just got himself up there and then battled hard on the bike. Look at him here.
Yeah, we see him taking a quick peek back. He's pushed off the front here. It's only seconds, though. It's only seconds, and it's very late in the bike course, and we see him continually looking back over the shoulder. He definitely doesn't want to roll in to Ruvi T2 with the group, but this is a very late play, as we see Christian making the pass on Schomburg here, and they're going up a slight uphill section, so you get that, you know, in these groups it just compresses. You get that concertina effect. He's coming past Jellegins, and I'm not sure why KB is. He's very vocal today, more so than we normally see him. He's coming across Matisse now, and it feels like Matisse and the rest of the group are quite content to let Rico just drift slowly off the front at this late stage, but KB doesn't look like he wants any part of that.
Very, very interesting, and it could be one of those cases where he found himself getting into maybe the accidental pass, right? You get close to the person in front of you and you have to go through the whole bunch. He was obviously capable of it, and maybe he's just sharing some words of insight. It is fascinating, though, because we don't typically see that dialogue, or in his case, a monologue, just shouting out. It'd be fun to maybe ask him about that later. Out of the saddle, powering through the climb, using that giant chain ring that he has up front. And speaking of giant chain rings and power plays, we're excited to bring in 4-time Ironman world champion, 5-time Ironman 70.3 world champion from Switzerland. We have the great Daniela Reef back in studio. Daniela, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Looks like it's just happening here. The move, Rico Bogan really pushing this pace here, and Christian looked like he didn't want to let them go, and now Jamie is part of the action as well. I think that's really interesting now. I think they're really trying to get split that group now, because as it's a little bit of an uphill, that's the way to do it. And then as we come to the downhill, it's going to be hard to do any passes anyway. So I think that's really important now, how they line up on just before they go and hit the downhill.
Yeah, Jamie Riddle has been just fun to watch this year. Every race he's been a part of, he's either really pushed the pace at the swim, started the swim, mid part of the swim. We saw him at the Ironman World Championships in Nice, you know, around the turning buoys, try to just string the group out. And he's had a really smart bike ride today. He was aggressive early, got in this select little group, and now he's coming to the front later in the ride after sort of conserving in that middle section. So I think he's having a really smart race. As I mentioned to you before, Michael, I caught up with him briefly a couple of days ago. I know his dad, Alec, very well, and I know Alec will be at home watching, so shout out to you, mate. Yeah, he had a plan, and he seems to be executing it to the letter right here, so great composure for a young athlete who's really just stepped up in distance after being a short course superstar and representing South Africa at the Olympics only last year.
That's right. Great triathlon family. We love a good triathlon family here. The roots run deep, and that is a great mention. KB on the driver here, seeing if he can catch up to the front. We'll find out what these legs have in them. Stay with us.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
Today's race has been brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Precision Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with precision, fuel, and hydration. And as we look at these beautiful shots of this fantastic area, a triathlon hotbed and Ironman location now, a destination that we all enjoy coming to, Costa del Sol, Andalusia, Spain, and we're looking at these beautiful whitewashed villages. So much history here with the sport and beyond, and we have an absolute race burning, heating up here, and I'm excited. I'm sitting with Daniela Reef and Craig Alexander. I'm Michael Lovato, and we can't wait to dive into the stats here. Any surprises, Daniela, at this point as they're kind of cresting, getting ready for that descanso, that downhill?
Yeah, I would say one of the surprises probably that the strong riders have not made their proper move yet. Okay. I mean, they're trying now, but I think they're really struggling to get rid of Christian Blummenfelt. He's really strong, riding really strong. But I think also what's surprising is they're in the top 9. Simon Westermann, the young Swiss athlete, he comes from the short distance, so he's right up with this group, and that's definitely a surprise, I would say. He's doing like Olympic distance and now starting to do the 70.3, so he would be very happy to be in this group, in this front group.
Yeah, I think Westermann's having a great day. We haven't talked too much about him, but his positioning in the front group's been amazing. He had a great swim. I just feel the course profile maybe didn't lend itself to the bigger guys early, and really by the time, they got to the front relatively quickly, but by the time Matisse and Magnus got to the front, we were 45 kilometres in. Probably didn't leave them enough real estate to really exert that bike power, but again, it speaks to, I guess, the versatility and the consistency of a Jelle Geens and a Christian. They have no weaknesses, and if you you know, if you're going to beat them, you have to find a way to do it. They just, I mean, I look at KB and I think, well, potentially his swim can be a weakness. He can be distance, but he has so much bike strength that he gets to the front of the race before it gets organised and before people can exert that dominance. But Danny's right. I mean, they're on this fast descent and they're going to be coming along the Golden Mile on the coast very, very shortly. And it looks to be that, I think, in my humble opinion, the runners in this group are Yella, KB, Casper, and Jamie Riddle. So they're in the box seat. And it's just, Danny, I want to ask you, I mean, the separation, we look at, you know, after that top 9, you know, Panayotis Batatos, who was with the group, he's now 2.5, 3 minutes back. And there's some great athletes. That first chase back is 4.5, 5 minutes back.
Yeah, that's a lot. And also considering that we have such strong runners in this front pack. So I would definitely say the podium is going to be made in that pack. And as you mentioned earlier, I think also the reason why the strong riders like Rico Bogen, Magnus Ditlev are struggling to get away is that the packs are kind of finding themselves in the little downhills as we have these rolling hills, and that makes it really hard for strong riders who can push a consistent hard pace, where Christian and also Jelle and Marche, they're able to just bridge that gap again in these little uphills or downhills. So that makes it really hard to break up that group.
Yeah, so good. And watching Rico Bogen at the front reminds me of a Fighting Chance presented by Hoka, which is a race week series that pulls back the curtain and has a look at these pro triathletes, elite triathletes, and their everyday lives. It's so fun. And let's just dive right into what Rico had to share with us this week.
You haven't seen the course yet?
No.
What have you been doing?
Yeah, I did 2-day study. Yesterday and today. It was an online seminar, so I was on my laptop all the time, and so now I can watch the course.
How are you?
Good.
Again?
Yes. How are you?
Good.
Good.
How's the body feeling?
Yeah, it feels good. When 2 weeks training camp in Mallorca, did a good training camp block there. And yeah, now a little bit of resting, so body is coming around. It's good.
So what's on the plan today?
Yeah, now it's 1.5 hour easy ride. So I will go the first hill, I think, on a bike course. And so yeah, tomorrow I will ride the complete course. Yeah.
Do you feel more pressure, less pressure this year to perform?
I think the pressure is the same. I have bib number 2 now, because yeah, two years ago I had a world champion title, but I think the pressure this time is from the other athletes higher, because we have so many great athletes. I just looked through the start list, and I would say we have 15 men who could win or who could possibly be on the podium. So yeah, it's a very, very strong. The bike course could suit me, because I have the absolute high power, and I think everybody has to put high power, and yeah, so I think that the bike course will hurt everybody. I hope that everybody has a little bit of destroyed legs, and then let's see how we can run. Yeah.
Thank you to Rico Bogen and a Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more of that, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try, and of course full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com, and follow the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And I am happy to say that I do have something in common with Rico Bogen, and you don't know what it is, but it's that I also take selfies when I ride my bike.
I thought you were also studying.
That's it. Nope, that's it. The only one. No, but it's good. It's fun to see that, right? A great interview. It's good to see, I think, behind the curtain. And he's here currently in second place, pushing it. Back with Jelle Geens, our defending champ. This is just something, again, how much of a nuisance is it to not have eyewear? I mean, it seems like a simple question, but he lost that. Is that troublesome, Danny?
Yes, it is. I've experienced it myself in Kona 2023, and I think from an aero perspective, it doesn't really change that much. We've done the testing with and without the visor, just because of the heat difference. And I mean, if you as fast without, then you could consider it. But the thing is just, you know, the vision. They're going to go around 90, 95 k an hour down this hill. That's going to come soon. And that's going to be hard to just keep the eyes open, the wind, and also you don't want to have flies in or any little animals flying in your eyes. So I mean, he's shown a great race, Jelle, I think also with these mechanical problems. And I mean, he seems like he's just, you know, taking step by step, making the best of every situation. And he's still, he looks great. And he's just not letting any distraction cause him that you know, chance to fight for the title.
Yeah, he's rolling with it, isn't he, Craig?
He's rolling with it. And as we see Kasper Stornes on screen now, there's a lot of looking back over the shoulder positioning. I feel like we're getting to that tactical part of this bike ride where it's been full gas for an hour and a half, and now people are doing a head count, taking inventory of who's in the group, although they would have taken inventory of who was in the group right from the beginning. But I think it's getting to the business end of this bike ride now, and you know, I saw Kasper Stornes look over his shoulder. Jelle Geens do the same thing. So I think they're sort of sizing up and getting ready for this run. There's still a little bit of climbing. They've got a couple of kilometres to go just to really crest this last climb and really check off all the elevation gain, the 785 metres on this bike course before they start the fast descent. And Danny mentioned it, they're going to be hitting warp speed coming down this hill, and that will be a distraction not having the eyewear. I think, you know, just the wind blowing in your eyes and the vision as we see them all up out of the aero position. So yeah, all the big attacks from Rico and Matisse and Magnus, while it did certainly shape the race and create a gap of 5 minutes back to chase pack one, it certainly hasn't disrupted this group. It would have hurt some legs, that's for sure. And so I'm starting to think about this run now. Who's with this high power output, this high intensity, who's been fueling, who's had the grams of carbs coming in? And one thing I'm also noticing, Danny and Michael sitting down here at T2, this wind has really picked up, and there's a lot of this run course that's really exposed, particularly that break wall is a 1 mile or a 1.5K section that's really exposed to the wind. So there could be some tactics at play in the half marathon, but yeah, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We still got a little bit of bike riding to go. It looks like they're on that descent now.
Yes, this descent, it winds down from the Sierra Blanca through the sharp curves, sweeping views toward the Mediterranean, offering athletes relief from the climb and the technical challenge as well of descending. The Puerto de Ojén, often used in cycling tours as well, connects the inland village of Ojén with the coast and is known for its panoramic vistas. But these guys are not seeing the vistas right now. They are focusing on, again, the challenge. You said it really well, Danny, yesterday. Going fast, even if it's not sharp turns, is very demanding.
Yeah, and Christian Blummenfelt here, right in the bars, taking this corner. So, yeah, very impressive riding from all of the men here. Yeah, it's going to be fast, that best section again. We're picking up the speed, and yeah, that's the, you know, passion for cycling, right, when you have speed. I mean, it's good to see. Christian, if he has really a 62 on here, that's going to help him, definitely. I believe there's even some sections he might not be able to pedal with a 62 because they're going to go so fast. But yeah, looks great. Rico just looking back, see if the competitors are still with them. I think there was a little bit of a gap, but I'm sure Christian will try to bridge that up again.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Christian and Kasper have had to bridge up a couple of times, 15, 20-second gaps. I don't feel Jelle has had to do that. So I don't know if I'm reading too much into that, but I mean, you know, Danny, a 15, 20-second gap at 45, 50 kilometres an hour, that's a chase that goes for 3-4 kilometres. You're burning some matches there.
Yeah, definitely good point. I think every little sprint you have to do is going to take some little corns from your legs, and you want to save this little energy and, you know, that buffer for the run as well. So we'll only see when they start to run who had the biggest effort from this bike course ride, and that's where we're going to see who has the energy left to really attack that run.
Well, and it's always interesting because in a race like this where you're kind of flat out, right, it's the effort relative to your capacity. And so everybody has a different capacity, not just overall, but on the day. So you may show, if you show up at 98% of your best, that's the day you have, and then you're at a percentage of that. And it's just so fascinating because it all factors into when you show up on the run and you hit that Hoka run course, what you've got left, and then when you deliver it. Because so here's a question. When you hit the run, how important is it, Craig, to start the race at your effort, like Lucy did yesterday, versus just go with the flow and run with your people?
Well, I think that's the magic question. Do you go with the race dynamic, or ultimately you can only control your own pacing and your own effort? And I think, you know, it's a great point. Like you say, you come in with 98%, but that's the magic of winning a world title, is getting it right on the day that matters.
Yep.
You know, there's no point having 100% capacity in your last race simulation or your most important track session. You need to have it today, and that's why we run the races. We dissect, we look at past results, we look at most recent form, we predict, and that's part of the fun as fans of the sport. We like to get under the hood and see, you know, who's doing what. But there's questions that are only going to be answered once they hit T2 and out onto that run course. I just feel, as we see Rico making a
tricky
pass.
Situation here, going 80 and then they're having some passes here. I think it's Rico passing
Jamie Riddle.
Jamie Riddle, thank you. Yeah, it's very impressive riding of these front group. I think also from this perspective here, we can see there's a tiny little gap to Christian again, but I mean, let's talk maybe also about his VO2 max. I mean, if he has to do a few sprints, he'll be fine. I think he's one of the athletes who can definitely deal with these attacks and being able to go maybe in a lactate zone for a few times and still recover from it.
It's such a great point, and Michael alluded to that with everybody's individual capacity. He is one of the guys because of his past history, but Yelagines as well, 3-time Olympian, they train that VO2, that ability to spike heart rate, spike power, recover at threshold and do it again. So it is intriguing. I feel in Nice, watching Christian with Sam Laidlow on the bike, they maybe burn a match or two, and maybe, again, I'm reading too much into it, but in the end, ultimately, Casper ran the 2:29, and he was more patient on the bike. But I think we're going to learn a lot the first few kilometres of this run, because you don't want to give up too much time to any of the other contenders. You want to ease out at your own rhythm, but you still want to be in contention.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
We'd like to thank you for joining us here in Marbella. We are 2 hours and 23 minutes into the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And I'm Michael Lovato, sitting together with Daniela Reef and Craig Alexander. We're watching and talking during our little break about the top 9 and how they're rolling in and about to conclude this Zoot bike course, and what will be left in the legs. Who has played their cards to the best of their ability to enable them to have the best 2-lap Hoka run course. So much action before we get there, so much important riding before we get there, but that 12, 14-second gap, 15-second gap that you saw earlier, you're seeing right now on the downhill, it'll come right together when they get on the flats that close out the Zoot bike course. So a lot of exciting action as we look down at one of the beautiful Pueblo Blancos, the whitewashed homes and houses here in Andalusia. And this is what it looks like to come off the bike into Ruby T2. This is going to get pretty quick, folks. I could never move this quickly, but into the Ruby Transition 2, off the bike at the dismount line, carrying your bike and running through as you approach where you're going to leave your bike. So actually, we're going pretty nice pace here. This is a little bit slower than we went through this teaser yesterday, but this is, again, a nice look. The folks on the right there are going to be cheering. And what's super unique as you come up as a professional and rack your bike, throw your stuff in the bin, is those spectators on the right side of the screen are right there in your face. They are so close, they can take a picture of everything you do, feel right in the action, probably a selfie. And then you've got your running shoes, your visor, all of your gear to tackle this race on 2 feet. You keep moving, but you're still inside of the Ruby T2 at this point, and the run clock has not yet begun. You come around this roundabout, and then you head out, and until you go under that arch, it's not officially, up this bridge, it's not officially the run time. Boom, that's where we start. So the run begins, and gosh, guys, you got to go up that bridge right away. Ouch.
It's a lot of corners, just straight coming off the bike, and also great atmosphere. We saw it yesterday at the women's race. The spectators just right there cheering you on. It's actually quite tricky because when you want to focus on a fast transition and you have so many people yelling at you, it can be quite distracting. So it's important to also focus on what you have to do, get the shoes on as fast as possible, and then go on the Hoka run course.
That's right. Fly, human fly. You cruise under that banner. Lots of inspiration, this Spanish crowd, and of course all of the people that traveled in, because so many people have come here to watch this race live. Craig, this is that fast section where they're crushing the final Ks of the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, it's the part of the course the locals call the Golden Mile along the coast, flat and fast, and yeah, it's been an amazing ride. Just the Chase Pack 1, I mean, 5 minutes back, they've blown this race apart, and for Yelageen still to be in there, Jamie Riddle, and I mean, I guess we expect a Jonas Schomburg to be in there, but I would call this group the Uber bikers. They are Uber bikers. The time that they've put in, but yeah, that T2, that Ruby T2, I had the privilege of standing down in there, and the crowd are right on top of the athletes. It's an amazing atmosphere. They were 5 deep. Yeah. I mean, I was literally 3 feet from Taylor and Lucy as they came in, and this run course, Danny, I want to ask you. If we look at the profile, it looks flat. But there are some twists and turns. There's a lot of out and back sections. There's some U-turns. There's that section along the break wall, which is exposed to the wind. Flat doesn't always mean fast when you are... Flat doesn't always mean fast. It can mean hard. You've got to keep the heart rate up the whole time. But running's about rhythm and efficiency, and when you're breaking rhythm and momentum all the time, it takes a toll.
Yeah, I believe it's another reason why it can fit someone who can deal with rhythm breaks. There's quite a lot of bridges, so you have to go up and down, and then, like you mentioned, a lot of turns. And here we see Jamie just having a little to sprint back to the group. He's definitely want to be up there in the front when he's coming up off from the bike. But let's go back to the run course. I think also the surface is quite special. We have a lot of changes, some sand sections which actually feel really nice. But if you want to be fast, it's maybe not the fastest. You slip a little bit with the shoes, and also as we have the high carbon stack shoes, I think having that all these turns, you want to make sure you're stable in the turns, and that's getting harder and harder with the kind of spongy foam.
Yeah, that's right. You got to make sure those Hokas are tightened up in T2 and not just be too hasty, because it really does make a difference. You don't want to swim around inside your shoe that's already got a high stack height. Great observations, guys. And then I think looking at Jelle Geens, I just want to come back to 2 points. He has had 2 times where he has not been on his bike, 2 times where he's been standing on the side of the road, at transition, at exit, and then again later. What kind of effort mentally does it take to overcome that and just put that behind you?
Yeah, I think it takes a mental effort, but again, that's the winning mindset. An athlete who comes into this race and feels like they have a legitimate shot at winning knows that there are going to be obstacles and challenges thrown at them all day, and that is part of navigating and winning a world title, is that not only do you have to bring great form and fitness and be able to execute on the day that matters, make smart decisions, you have to overcome some obstacles and some adversity. So what we did see was his composure and experience under pressure. He was able to get back on his bike after the crash, didn't have his visor, was stuck in the one gear, had a mechanical, had to get off again. Seemed like he got some mechanical support and got that sorted. And again, to me, that just is checking more boxes why he is one of the race favourites and he's one of the men to watch today. And I'm just super interested to watch this positioning as they come in. This has the feel of a short course World Triathlon event.
I think Jamie Riddle just sprinted to the front too. I think he really wants to get off that bike first. Maybe also, we don't know how his run is going to be. He was struggling with that injury with his hamstring. But, I mean, he looks completely fine on the bike. What do you think, Craig?
Yeah, I think Jamie is a little worried about that hamstring, and I think this is another good move. He is a young athlete who has experience above his years. I think he wants to hit the run course, maybe even if it's only a handful of seconds ahead of some of the faster guys, so he can get in his own rhythm.
Yeah.
It's not a winning break he's trying to make now. It's more about positioning and course management.
Yeah, and it saves him maybe a few seconds. And if you can go 5 seconds slower in the first kilometer, it's a nice little extra.
As we see two of our race favourites, we just saw Jelle Geens taking a little chance to shake the legs out there, as KB saw that as an opportunity to make a couple of quick passes, and he's trying to position now. So, yeah, there's a little bit of jostling for position. I mean, these are not gaps that win or lose a race, but they make it easier to win or lose the race.
Yeah, and maybe also mentally, sometimes you want to... I think it's also like Christian, he doesn't have to go off the bike first. He has one of the fastest run in this group, but it's also about saying, hey, I'm here. I'm, presenting yourself as I'm present, and also like...
I'm the guy
mark
your territory.
Yes.
He's marking his territory right now. Yeah. So it's just been amazing to watch. I mean, yesterday we got the absolute treat of watching the best women endurance athletes in the world, and it was a masterclass in the end from Taylor and Lucy, and they were a class above. And we've got a slightly bigger group here, but again, it's the best in the world. And I loved what Danny was talking about. Not only the physical demands and requirements, but the mindset and the mental posturing that takes place at this point in a race.
Well, and yesterday we saw that very well when our ultimate winner, Lucy Charles Barclay, let Taylor, air quotes, but let Taylor Knibb go. And you have to understand when it's the right time to let someone go, not be concerned, maintain a positivity and focus on what you're doing. And then she was able to collect her, come past her, and drop her, put 3 minutes in the end. And I think that with the men's race is going to be super challenging, and they're up for the challenge. But 9 guys coming to transition essentially together, 9 guys transitioning different speeds, all out on the run. Do you care when you get a split, you've lost 20 seconds to another athlete? You have to understand, it's still 21K.
Yeah, but also the transition will make a big difference. And it's interesting, actually. I think Casper Stornes, he's playing it smart. He's just in position 9. He doesn't get involved in all this, territory marking. And he's just there trying to wait for the run. And that could actually save him some energy as well.
And I think it speaks to athletes being self-aware and knowing their strengths and weaknesses. KB and Jelle with that ITU background, although Casper has it as well. But if you've done all the testing that they've done, and your VO2 max can withstand that, then you can do that in a race. Casper's probably thinking, I train with Christian every day. I don't have his explosive top end, his ability to shut a gap or make a pass that quickly. And he's probably thinking, I don't need to if I can run a 107. So
yeah, and also, I mean, it looks like it's quite tight here.
Yes.
Also, he might just not want to risk a penalty in that last section. I don't know if that's even possible, but I guess as long as they're on the bike, you can risk a penalty, and that's definitely the least you want going into a run against these fast runners.
One thing I will say is when, we heard Casper Stornes say he thinks it's going to take a 106 to 107 to win. So they're running at 3:10 per kilometre pace. So yesterday we saw Lucy just let Taylor get out to 20 seconds, and maybe that was a learning from Kona. She shut that gap in Kona way too quickly. Potentially, I don't know. Yeah. But I know her and her coach, or her husband, Coach Reese, and her coach Dan are very smart and analytical, so maybe that was a conscious choice. I think when the running paces are a 3:10 on average and closer to 3:05 in the beginning, you don't really want to give up 20 seconds because it's going to take 6 or 7 kilometres to get back.
Yeah. That's right. And here we are coming into the Ruvi transition 2. The men are off the bike, and look how fast they're already running. Bike in hand, helmet must stay on the head, and you get to your rack before you can remove it. Again, the rules of the road. Take a look at this Wahoo Element Bolt. First off the bike, Jamie Riddle representing South Africa, a time of 2:09.42. We're going to roll to Marinda Carfrae in transition. Rinny, take it away.
Thanks, you guys. We have 1, 2, and 3 right here in transition. We have KB, Rico Bogan, Yelagines all side by side. It's tight down here for these boys. They're getting their shoes on. We have Casper Stornes as well. Bogan is out first. We have KB right behind him on his heels. Yella taking a minute to get his shoes on. Jamie Riddle was first into transition, and he is out on KB's heels as well. Yella taking a minute. His bike has fallen. He's putting it back up. So the bike troubles continue for Yelagines right now. Jamie Riddle is out there. We have Jonas Stromberg out there. Matisse Magierier out there as well. Yella just went out in front of Matisse, and that was Casper Stornes out as well. So fast and furious here in transition. We have Simone Westermann as well from the Swiss athlete just going out, and Magnus Sidleff last out of that group out onto T2. You see him with that bag. Fast and furious as always here in transition. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Oh my goodness, Marinda Carfrae with the update so fast. I could barely follow along, but I loved every second of it, and I mean seconds here. Those athletes out onto the run, and okay, another struggle, another bike issue for our defending champion, Yelagines, but he overcame, and he's in there, and I still count on him to have a great run.
Yeah, it's these seconds, they matter. Casper Stornes didn't have the best transition. That would be around 15 seconds. That's already a deficit when he starts the run, and that's going to hurt to bridge that gap. It's not like Christian is going to start the run slow, and definitely every second matters at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, again, is it a race-winning gap? We see KB's got about 15 seconds on Hella now, so I don't know, but I certainly wouldn't want to be running up 15 seconds. KB's going to go out at close to 3-minute pace or 3:05 pace. We see Jamie Riddle there, Rico Bogan right on their shoulder, and we can see them all coming through in the background. Jonas Schomburg's back there, Yelagines is there. Casper Stornes, as Danny mentioned, he took probably an extra 5 or 10 seconds in transition, so that's 80 metres on the road. So, when like a lot of the fans out there, we've been looking at the fastest times that these athletes have all run this year in 70.3 races. There's not a lot of difference between their PBs. So, you want to feel that there's going to be athletes shoulder to shoulder coming to the 19 and 20K mark of this half marathon. And that's where you want to have matches still to burn.
And look at this. There we have our Ruvi transition 2 times. The top 3 fastest men. Christian Blummenfelt got through in 1:04. Rico Bogan 1:06 with Jonas Schomburg in 1:11. But 1:04, that did it. That took KB, Christian Blummenfelt, from mid-pack to front of the pack. And 15 seconds. You just said, I wouldn't want to have 20 seconds, you said. And now 15. The dynamic and the race is set up for the 2-lap Hoka run course. Danny, do you want to put a prediction out there, or is it too early? Christian looks really good. He's been so strong, and definitely he's
yeah, that's my prediction.
That's
Christian
okay.
Blummenfelt. Jamie Riddle still there. I mean, he's definitely running. He's running smooth, so no signs from any injury at the moment. And yeah, I think Jelle and also Casper. I would say these three are my pick.
There you go. I don't think you're wrong. It's great to pick a champion like Christian Blummenfelt when he's at the front of the race. But if you want to know more exactly of what this course looks like, I would love to walk through with you for the Hoka Run preview here. Let's see it first class.
Let's take a look at what the athletes will face on the course in Marbella. The Hoka Run course, 21.1 kilometres, 13.1 miles, is 2 loops and takes athletes onto the picturesque Marbella promenade, which parallels the Mediterranean Sea. The course then twists and turns inland, where athletes will find themselves on one of the classic avenues again, the Golden Mile, before dropping towards the exclusive Puerto Banús Marina. Then a spectacular out and back on the jetty, with the Mediterranean on one side and the inner harbour on the other, and which on a clear day you can see Gibraltar and Morocco. After 2 laps, the finish line beckons and the athletes head back to the water's edge and the finish line on the beach.
And that's right. Thanks, Laura Siddle, giving us the 4:11 on the run. And how about this? Jamie Riddle, the South African, quickly, quick stepping it right up to the shoulder of Christian Blummenfelt. And once again, we are seeing KB having a dialogue there, or a monologue, talking to his competitors. He was kind of visibly peeking over his shoulder and voicing to Riddle. And then look at this.
We've got Jonas Schomburg coming up to make it a trio. And yeah, KB, he just continues to get to the front of these big races. And interestingly, we were talking about who we thought were the run favourites, or who had the run form, who had the pedigree. As we get a shot back to Jelle Geens, checking the watch there, checking the heart rate and the pacing. And he's not quite in the frame yet, but yeah, still looking good, looking nice and fluid. And Jelle, KB and Casper have all been at altitude. They've done a specific altitude training block in preparation for this event. Probably a luxury that the women didn't have with a 4-week turnaround post their Ironman World Championships. And not that Jelle did race in Nice, but the other 2 men did. And I just think, yeah, these men have had a very specific preparation for this, as we see Schomburg joining the fight now. And, it's great to see Jonas laying down a different style of racing. And he's normally ultra-aggressive swim bike, and maybe hanging on for dear life in the run. It feels like he was able to ride within himself, ride really smart, manage himself on course, his pacing, his nutrition, and reaping the rewards for that now. He looks super comfortable. So we have a trio at the front, but let's see if Jelle can bridge up.
So, Craig, again, a man whose MO was winning on the run. This is something you're very familiar with. Do you like what Jonas did? Do you like that company? Do you have more strength being a group of 3 or kind of solitary?
As we see Jelle just make a lightning fast pass on Rico there. Yeah, Jelle looks amazing too.
He looks smooth.
Word on the street is he is in scintillating run form and been laying down some amazing sessions in Andorra. So,
you think he's going to plan, or he's trying to bridge up? Because he looks fantastic. He looks super fast, but I almost cannot imagine he can keep that up for the whole race.
You know what? After watching him race in Topor last year, and Hayden Wild gapped him early, he sticks to his plan.
Yeah,
I think he sticks to his plan. Last year we saw Hayden gap him coming into T2, and he just stuck to his own plan and was able to reap the rewards later in the run. So only time will tell, though.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And approaching 3 kilometers into this Hoka run course here at the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And the shot we just went away from was one of the best I've seen. Jelle Geens, our defending Ironman 70.3 World Champion, just rolled right onto the back of Christian Blummenfelt. At that moment, you saw Jamie Riddle, the South African, just be dispatched. And not for a lack of effort, it was what the threesome, Schoenberg and Geens and, of course, Christian Blummenfelt did together. Wow, the pace is on, Danny. I like what I see.
The pace is on for sure. And I think, yeah, smart move. Jamie is maybe just realizing, okay, this pace is just a little bit too fast. I mean, he's super impressive. And I think as Jelle was catching up to the trio, the pace is just picked up. Interesting move also. I mean, here we're seeing Casper still a little bit far back, but I think he's looking great as well. He has some more seconds to catch up, so maybe he's just taking his time as he did in Nice. And now we're seeing Jelle going for it up the hill. This is only little one hill in the whole race, and that's where he does the move.
I've actually been dreaming about this race and this scenario, but in my dream it was a trio, and Casper was part of the trio.
Okay.
So, these are the fireworks we were hoping for. Look at Jelle Geens. He looks awesome. KB responding. This is the race we wanted, and we're going to get it. Schoenberg has now been dispatched. That VO2 max you were talking about, Danny, that ability to change pace, get back in rhythm, change pace again. As we see Jamie making that left-hand turn. And, Jelle and KB are no strangers to this type of running. Interestingly, I think you made a great point. In Nice, we also saw Casper with the slowest T2, but was able to run up onto the back of the group at the first turnaround, which was 5K in Nice at the airport, and then sit into the headwind. This pace is a little bit hotter than the Ironman World Championships, though.
It is, but it's still, the tactic is really smart, because we talked about this before. Casper Stornes, he knows what he's capable of, and so he needs to do it when it's right for him. That 18 to 20 second gap, it feels like a ton right now, but 10K in, it's probably going to be different. This right here, though, I echo that, Croy. This is incredible right now. Two of the best, bar none, two of the best runners in our sport at all distances. We have it going on. Jelle Geens, the defending champion, dumping water on and leading out Christian Blummenfelt. Danny, they are running so fast.
They're running so fast, and then just having the some little water, but no time to have much drinks. The temperatures is perfect condition, so I think as long as you keep some nutrition in, they should be fine. Interesting move also from Jelle when he catched Blummenfelt. He took a little bit of a rest, maybe 1 or 2 seconds or 100 meters, and then he went for it. And Christian reacted very fast. I think if they're going to battle it out, and it's going to be hard to catch them. What's your predictions?
You're braver than me. I'm not sure. I think my prediction for the next 5 minutes is that Casper Stornes will be up into third place shortly. I mean, this is a dream come true for triathlon fans. Jelle looks smooth as butter. KB looks like he always looks that slight forward lean. the leg turnover. This is amazing. This is awesome racing. Again, just the twists and turns on this course. I think it suits the kind of strength runner or the runner who can change pace and get back into rhythm quite quickly. They both look great. They both look super comfortable. And, you know, you're right. I mean, again, we're just seeing the championship qualities of Jelle Geens and that experience. He bridged the gap quickly, took a minute to sit on the back of the group and relax, and then put in the effort right on the hill, the part of the course that probably suits him being the lighter athlete. He's such a smart racer.
Oh, just flawless tactics there, and it's sort of what you would hope your mind allows you to do in the moment. But your dream of these three, I think it's going to come true. I think we're going to get Stornes, our Ironman world champion. I think we're going to get him up there. He also has, again, that track record and that history of running like these two. So brilliant spot here, light on their feet, both of them, very smooth, different styles, but lockstep here as they charge through lap 1 of the Hoka run course, and there's the image right there from the side.
It's an amazing image, and I'm just so interested that Jelle's just gone to the front. And I mean, KB looked like he wanted to push the pace out of Ruvi transition. Maybe that was because he knew Jelle was struggling a little bit, and again, maybe a master stroke in terms of tactics. He's thinking, you know, I can make Jelle work a little harder than otherwise he would have to bridge that gap. And just interesting to see KB settling on the shoulder here and Jelle be content to get on the front. But this is a fast pace as we come back to Jonas Schomburg. You're having a great race again. Jonas still looks good. I mean, it's all relative, isn't it? 3:03 minute or 3:05 pace looks super quick, and maybe some of these other lads not looking as quick, but it's still 3:10 pace. Casper looks great. I mean, he's such a beautiful and, you know, and comfortable, efficient-looking runner. I want to send a shout-out to Seaman Westerman. What a great swim bike he's had, and for, you know, a guy, a lot's been made. I think there were 37 athletes making their Ironman 70.3 World Championship debut. He was one of them, and yeah, he's having a great race.
Yeah, good shout out. I'm glad you brought that up now, because we may run out of time to chat about him as this battle heats up from hot to hotter. So Stornes, as you said, about to roll past Jonas Schomburg. Will he kind of close this gap and make it 3 abreast? Well, I shouldn't say about. That gap still holds. But with Stornes also looking so economical, I think it allows you, I think just with that efficiency of form, it just really allows you to make those big moves and drop the hammer. If you're running 3:05, drop it a bit, make an assertive move. But yeah, a peek at the watch, and here he goes, the Norwegian rolling up.
He looks like he's sticking to his plan. He's checking his watch, and he knows what he's capable of. He mentioned it before the race. 1:06, he said, is going to what it takes to have the win. So he does know what he needs to do. I mean, how Jelle is pushing the pace at the moment, we might go faster than that. But as Casper is catching Jamie, Jamie's still having a great race, but he knows that he can't go that pace. I mean, that the fact that he's actually run the first part with the front group is super impressive. And now, as they do the pass, no exchange, just, Jamie is more looking back. That means, he's checking who else is coming. But I think fantastic race from Jamie Riddle. He seems like he's hurting a little bit. He's actually smiling. Good for him. I think he must be super happy that he's able to run and be in that, I mean, still top 5 of the biggest race in this, in this sport.
That's right, folks. We are looking at Jamie Riddle from South Africa looking fine, getting passed by Casper Stornes. Up the road, we have Jonas Schomburg from Germany, and the dynamic duo leading it out, of course, Jelle Geens and Christian Blummenfelt. The battle is on. Who is going to have what it takes to wrap it up in first place? Can't wait to see.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Our race is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Morton. Get used to it. And as we say that, getting used to a successful race. This man, Casper Stornes, of course, coming from the short course racing, getting right in and right comfortable with Ironman and Ironman 70.3. He's there. And this, just a little back and forth again. When we were watching during the break on the side there, we had Christian Blummenfelt in front. Now we have Jelle Geens in front again. And Daniela, you and I were talking off camera here about the tactics with regard to the wind. Share more with our viewers here today.
Yeah, the wind is certainly picking up a little bit, and as we see Jelle really going for it in that little downhill, and yeah, he's not holding back. He really tries to do that move early. I mean, we're still early in the race. We're around 6 kilometers into the race, and yeah, look at this. Christian just bridging back up. Really impressive. And then also Jonas Jomberg, he's moving actually super fast. He's only about 12 seconds back of this leader duo, and he's running on under 3 kilometers pace. So that's super fast.
Yeah. He's not getting left behind too much.
No, he's interesting, Schomburg, isn't he? Because he looked like he got unhooked quickly, but maybe he just adjusted his pace according to the effort, and he's holding strong. So he's having a great race, and looks like we heard Sam Laidlow say earlier today, was he just learning the ropes a little better, and it seems like he's I mean, as his season's progressed, his form's improved, but as his race course management has improved as well. So I'm just looking at these front two gentlemen. Something's got to give here. I mean, Jelle Geens, they crested that little bridge. He looked unbelievable, but then Christian just ran back up on the shoulder, and these men are absolutely flying. This is the race that we hoped we would get, and, you know, in the lead up, all the talk this week was, you know, about the Norwegians and Jelle being, you know, the favourites. And often, though, you know, the race doesn't actually live up to the hype. But I think this is absolutely living up to the hype.
Oh. Great shot here from Jonas Schomburg, and he can see the duo in the front. So that's actually really a big advantage mentally. He sees where he needs to go, and he can really focus on trying to bridge that gap. And he seems like he's really running strong. And as we see Casper Stornes, he's also just right there. He can see Jonas Schomburg just maybe, let's say, 80 meters ahead of him. So yeah, that's definitely mentally also very helpful. And as we see the leading duo just doing the turns, I think Jelle seems like he's a little bit faster in the downhills, where Christian is a little bit faster in the uphills. So it's going to be interesting how they play cat and mouse.
That's right. And yeah, go ahead. We're just approaching here, just to orient. We're approaching Puerto Banús, and they're coming into this amazing stretch down near where we are sitting currently. And as they pop into this section, you are going to see them get out there exposed onto that seawall with the 1.5 kilometers or mile stretch where the wind will be at play for certain.
Yeah, absolutely. They're on the little stretch. They've just come past their little T2 compound. and they're doing a little out and back before they head out to that seawall.
Yeah, well, out there on the seawall, we have our very own Marinda Carfrey. Can't wait to hear what you're seeing out there. Marinda, take it away.
Hey guys, yeah, we're down on the jetty here waiting for the lads to come through on the run. There's a bit of a wind here, and from the Pro-Am earlier this week, we knew that running with the wind felt great, running against it, not so great. So the athletes will take a right, head down to the end of the jetty, come back into a headwind. So it'll be interesting to see who's tucking in, who's playing some head games and tactics on the jetty here. But yeah, they should be coming through momentarily. A couple of crowds around here, but mostly our spectators are not allowed on the jetty. So we're just here hanging out, enjoying the sunshine. Beautiful. A lot of choppy waters for the age groupers, the remaining age groupers getting out of the water here in transition. A few bikes left. Poor souls just heading out onto the bike now as the pro men are almost at the end of the race. But yeah, we're still moments away from the guys getting on the jetty here. I'll throw it back to you guys,
Rennie,
and then once they get on the jetty here, we'll come back again.
Wonderful. And the true Pro-Am is this race because the professionals and the amateurs sharing the course together. What you said, of course, some athletes just starting their Zoot Bike course or just kind of navigating the early stages while our professionals are here. And I want to tee this up because I have a memory of this. And Craig, you were dreaming about today's scenario. I can still remember very vividly 7 years ago in Port Elizabeth at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. At that time, it was the best race I had ever seen. And I believe that with a 106, 107, and a 108 for our finishing run splits, where we saw Jan Frodeno over Alistair Brownlee and Javier Gomez. Such a good race, and you know what? We're beating that here. Let's get right back down to Marinda. Thanks for listening. Rinny, take it away.
Hey, so we are on the jetty now, and this is the Yelagines and KB. It looks like KB is content to sit on Yelagines' head, but on his shoulders, so sorry. Both men kind of in Terminator mode now. There's not really much emotion, very relaxed faces. And now we have Jonas Stromberg. This young man is having an incredible race, sitting in third. He looks fantastic. He comes around the corner, makes quicker work of that turn. And then we have Kasper Stornes next onto the jetty, and he'll make this right-hand turn here. Kasper looks really relaxed, actually. Of the 3 men ahead, he looks the most relaxed and comfortable right now. He's chasing Jonas down, looking great. But again, they're in a tailwind now. They'll come back into the headwind. We'll see who's tucking in and who's sitting up the front, happy to do the work. But yeah, I mean, the race is still wide open. Those podium spots are, who knows? Send it back to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rinny. You could just feel the excitement as she watches those men up close and personal. What a great shot here. Puerto Banús in the background, that marina there, and everything you see in there. It's quite nice. It's quite nice. It's just a little bit of a casual setting there, all those boats. But, Greg, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, I know this section of the run course. I've had a couple of jogs on it this week, as I know Danny has, and they're in a big tailwind section here. Yeah. So the prevailing wind today is coming out of the east, and they've got a big tailwind section. They're going to run from where Rinny was on that corner. It's about 750 metres down to this turnaround. So they do a 1.5K on this jetty. Half of it will be with a big tailwind, but shortly they're going to make a turn around the little lighthouse at the end, and then they'll be coming back into a block headwind. And it's a very strong wind today, much stronger than we saw for the women's race yesterday. And you can see here's the shot out to the little lighthouse at the end. Nice tailwind section here. KB sitting in. Be interesting to see who's going to take the lead into the headwind. If KB comes around, I'm sure he's just going to be content to sit back there.
And look at the background, Daniela. You can see those flags really showing us exactly how much tailwind they have right now. When they come around, do you think Yelagines forces KB to the front, or do they just keep charging?
I could imagine that he has like a look, and when you do the turnaround, you could kind of let him go, because at that speed, what they're running, it's definitely going to make a big difference if you're in the front or if you're sitting in second place.
Schoenberg looks so good as well. We kind of counted him out. He got caught, dropped, so to speak, but you know what? He's fighting very well.
Yeah, he went out very, very quickly with the lead too. Looked like he got almost had a grand piano dropped on it. Although he never looked like he was struggling, but the gap opened quickly. But I think that was just an orchestrated move by him, just to settle back into his own rhythm. And he looks great as they make that turn now. And this is where the wind will hit them. And I want to say, I don't want to go too early, but I feel Yella looks just a little more comfortable. Like Christian always has sort of a half smile, half grimace. I can never tell what it is as he checks the watch there. And yeah, Jonas is still right up to Casper Stornes. Again, I feel the last 2 or 3K, that gap from this lead 2 back to Jonas and back to Casper is pretty much held steady.
That's
so
right.
It feels like the top 4 on course are all running at roughly the same pace now.
Yeah, dancing around 3K per kilometer. Go ahead.
All 4 definitely running really, really well. And I think also Christian, he's a fighter. He will not let go until he's either cramping or falling over. So we met him last night, and Taylor walked by, and he remember her joke. She said, "Just don't get second," and I'm sure he doesn't want to get second.
Although second place here is better than second place anywhere else. No, for sure. How funny. I mean, you're going for the win. That is Taylor speaking from Taylor's great and honest and very fun perspective.
Unfiltered perspective.
Unfiltered. Thank you so much. As we look here at Casper Stornes, our Ironman world champion here, 4th place on the road of the Hoka Run course, kind of just gradually, I think, honing in on and narrowing that gap to 3rd place, Jonas Schoenberg from Germany.
Yeah, he's closing the gap. It's taken, I thought it might happen a lot quicker, but yeah, full credit to Jonas. He's running well too. These lead 4 men are putting on a show for us. And Casper, he's very methodical. He's, I guess, reminiscent of what we see with Gustav when he's in his best form too. Just checking the watch. Really, for him, that's the main metric rather than the race dynamic and the race situation going on around him. And Casper's the same. We saw him do it at the Ironman World Championships. There he is again, just checking the pace, checking the effort level. Be interesting to see. I think these 2 men can form a little partnership of convenience here too, especially with the wind direction the way it is.
And I have to also think that when you're going, let's head on down there to the seawall with Marinda Carfrae. Take it away, Rinny. Let's go.
Okay, so we're on the jetty. We see the top 2 men coming through now. Lots of athletes going both ways here. We have Jelle Geens happy to lead this section. It did seem like Christian was not in any distress. He was kind of happy to sort of sit back, but again, being very smart here, sitting behind to the left. The wind is coming from Jelle's right shoulder, so nicely tucked in there behind Jelle. And yeah, again, being very smart, playing it smart. Jelle Geens sort of asserting his authority a little bit, maybe. He's happy to sit in the front. He's like, I'm good, I feel great. So definitely some mind games going on between these 2 right now. Now we have our 3rd place at the moment, Jonas Schoenberg. Actually, it looks like Casper Stornes is almost on his shoulder now. So Jonas 3rd right now. He does look really good, but Casper Stornes looks fantastic. He is just running up onto the shoulder of Jonas Schoenberg. And now we see our 2 coming back through. We still have Jelle Geens sitting in front. Both men look poker-faced. They look cool, calm, collected. But I don't feel like KB is in any distress. He's sort of just going with Jelle, letting Jelle make the moves, and Jelle's happy to stay on the front there. So, and yeah, as we see Casper Stornes now running up onto the shoulder of Jonas Schoenberg, I think that 3rd place is about to change in the race here. Casper Stornes, our Ironman world champion for 2025, now on the shoulder of Jonas Schoenberg. Again, Jonas having a phenomenal race, usually around a 1:10 half marathoner. Again, we're talking probably a 1:07, 1:06 time to win, possibly today. You guys will know better than me. And now we have Rico Bogan. Rico Bogan, our champ from Finland, running through. He's in 5th place right now. He looks like he's working very hard, but I feel like that's how he looks when he's running. He's always got that grimace on his face. He's always gritting it out, always working super hard. And now we have Magnus Ditlev as well, about to make his way past. Magnus Ditlev, of course, a champion, phenomenal athlete, and he is now going to go make that turnaround. And we have Rico Bogan on his way back on the jetty now. Yep, he's got that grimace going, that signature look. And he is holding on to 5th place and steady in 5th right now. But Magnus Ditlev looks great. He's you know, a very, very fast runner as well. So, again, the minor places are certainly up for grabs. It seems like first and second probably locked in at this point, but these minor places on the podium and even the top 5 are still up for grabs. We'll send it back to the studio. Thanks, you guys.
And thank you so much, Marinda. And here we come back to an aid station here with our defending champ, Jelle Geens, in front with Christian Blummenfelt taking on the water just behind, steps behind here. And again, a reminder where we sit, we're only 10K, almost to the halfway point of the 2-lap Hoka run course. These fellows are ripping it, just tearing up the road. And yes, 31:54 for 10 kilometers. Just chew on that for a minute. And then that's Jelle Geens. And then 32:10 for KB. These are some wicked times. Those men are really just taking this race and going for. We may see that honestly that 105.
It's going to be 105.
Yeah.
It's going to be 105. These class runners, they're not going to slow down too much. Interesting to see how KB always drops back about 10 meters through the aid stations. You know, we heard Rennie talk about that the top 5 is still up for grabs. It is definitely still up for grabs. I saw Miguel Hidalgo run out onto the jetty, and it's about a 5-minute or just under 5-minute return trip out to that lighthouse and back. So Rico Bogan, Magnus Ditlev, they would have seen Miguel come out onto the jetty. So yeah, there's still plenty for them to run for. Obviously a top 5 at an Ironman 70.3 World Championship up for grabs, and some lightning fast runners coming out of that first chase group as well.
There it is. And we also want to point out, we got word from our spotters that Jamie Riddle is back running, but not just running fast. He's right behind Ditlev. So great to see the South African back in the mix after walking briefly earlier and struggling anyway. So here we are. And Jonas Sjoberg, he's just given that MVP attitude today, not dying for anything. He's now got the threat of Casper Stornes right behind him, and he's just rising to the challenge. Every time someone swings at him, he swings back. Great to see that.
Yeah, and they're holding strong. They're 31 seconds back. For one split, they were actually catching up a few seconds. So, yeah, they're still quite having the duo in sight. And depending on how Jelle and Christian are battling it out, you just never know. They're going to go on the limit, probably over the limit to fight for that win, and that's what makes racing interesting, right? Then everything can happen.
I just get a sense that Jelle's going to make a move somewhere before we get on that break wall on the second lap. Maybe the little hill, the gravels, the hard-packed gravel section. You know, you would be worried. You know, let's just cast our mind back a few years to the Tokyo Olympics and KB sprint finish over Alex Yee and Hayden Wilde. I mean, this man has a finishing kick. So, not that Jelle doesn't, but I feel the way Jelle's running, keeping this pace high. I think KB, like Rennie said, is mildly comfortable at this pace, but he also knows he's got an extra gear. And maybe Jelle does as well. We will find out. But I just get a sense that he's going to want to make a move somewhere before the last 200 or 300 meters of this run course.
I think you're right, because that sprint that KB unleashed in 2021 was also a really long sprint. He did not unleash that in the carpet. He was way out and was able to get away. So great point, Craig. And as we come back here, we see our leader just smooth, and he looks exactly as he did. Both of these runners look, to me, zero breakdowns, zero compromise the integrity of their form since they started. They are still just charging forward, and so many turns, and they're taking them so quickly, staggeringly fast as they come back to another beautiful palm tree line stretch of our gorgeous Hoka run course. Danny?
Yeah, soon they're going back to the sand part along the coast. Beautiful line. But yeah, they're both looking fantastic. The pace is absolutely incredible, and this could be one of the fastest run we've ever seen in a 70.3 race. And then Rico Bogan really fighting and battling it out. He's super strong rider, strong runner too, but the level at the moment is so extreme that it's even if you run at 109, you're not the fastest runner anymore, and 109 is super impressive.
Yeah, you're not in that race. You're not in this race with a one. I think this will be the fastest 70.3 half marathon we've seen. And until further notice, that 2018 race in South Africa for me is still the greatest race at a world championship.
Agreed.
let's see how this unfolds, though. So I kind of feel, Danny, I don't know, I'd like to get your thoughts on this hard-packed gravel section. I feel it suits Jelle a little more with his higher turnover. Christian's more of power out the back with his run form, likes that energy back from the ground. This sort of, it's not loose gravel, it is hard-packed, but I feel it's sort of, it leans itself to a higher turnover, being just more efficient on it. It is only a short part of this course, maybe another kilometre or so, but Christian seems to be hanging in there okay.
But you might be right. I mean, it's when in the first part of the race, it's where he made up how many seconds? 15 seconds in the first 2 kilometers. And after this section on the sand, we have that one little hill. So my prediction would be that there he's going to do the move.
Yeah, that's where we saw that before, where he just kind of got in front and put the effort out. That's a tiny hill, but it's a hill that really digs in and can hurt any athlete that maybe is on the rivet. Both athletes, either an incredible poker face or they're just really, really well within themselves. Every time I get a close-up shot, I notice that. But we're looking down at the beautiful scenery here of Marbella, our host town, and this Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And again, if you're just joining us, you've come just in time. I'm Michael Lovato, joined by Craig Alexander, Daniela Reef, and soon we will welcome back Sam Laidlow to our show, a cast of characters that knows this sport inside and out. Huge fans, and it's fun to sit here and watch from this perspective. Another aid station is here, and we're watching. It's pleasant, it's great running conditions, but every single time they cool off, they drink. Craig, how important is these 9K to go to still continue to take the fuel on?
No, absolutely. I mean, they're not getting a lot at each aid station, but it's just enough. And again, Danny talked about it yesterday in the women's race, that the higher intensity and the slightly longer duration of this race as well requires more calories, more carbohydrates. And these guys know that, so they're on top of that. Again, we saw KB just drop back a little bit further to make sure he got what he needed through the aid station. Jelle definitely getting what he needs. And we see the gap back to third and fourth slowly opening a little bit. And I think that's the pattern we'll see here on this second lap. I don't think these men are going to slow down. I think this is going to be a sub 105 or thereabouts. I mean, Jelle Geens ran a 31.54 for the first 10K on a twisty, turny course. It is unbelievable running. I mean, in context that he's averaged around 3:11 pace with all those twists and turns and 2 kilometres of it into an exposed wind. That's just phenomenal running.
And that's after a hard bike, right? It's not like they were just sitting around. They were actually biking very hard. So, yeah, super impressive racing here.
That's right. 3 hours and 15 minutes into this 70.3. And we have back to two more champions here. Jonas Schoenberg on the left with the white hat backwards representing Germany. And then the man Casper Stornes, who carries that heavy Ironman World Championship title on his right shoulder. But they look so smooth. And I just have to say again, I'm impressed because I didn't have Jonas Schoenberg on my pre-race bingo card. I knew he was going to be up in the front, a top 5, a top 10 probably, but right here, battling it out for a podium, I'm impressed.
Yeah, he's had an impressive race, and Sam talked about it when he joined us during the bike leg. He just looked to be managing, his course management looked a bit better to previous races, and maybe that was from experience, or maybe that's just respect for the deeper field that he's racing here as opposed to his other races earlier this year. But whatever the change has been, it's working a treat for him. His recovery since Nice has been incredible. I mean, he ran a 2:36 there, as you mentioned. He backed it up with a great race at the T100 7 days later in a very fast 18-kilometre race. And he's had 7 weeks to prepare specifically for this. And, yeah, he's reaping the rewards of, a great specific training block and a great season.
And I'm gonna play my cards first because we're early, and I love to probably be wrong. But anyway, I'm gonna say this: if I had to pick someone, I'm going with Geens. And I'm gonna say before you leave, you're not leaving now, Craig. But if you had to pick someone now, who are you picking?
Oh, don't do it to me.
I'm sorry. Do you want a little time?
I mean, it's not that hard. It's only 50-50.
One or two, eh?
50 chance. Come
on. It actually is that hard because they're both amazing. But I'm going to go with KB still.
Okay.
I picked him in Nice. He didn't come through. I don't know. I just think he's got that ability to suffer. And, I mean, at this level, when we say that, and you know this, Danny, and you know it as well, Michael, we're talking a percentage point of a percentage point. Yeah. They both have an ability to suffer. They both have amazing VO2 maxes, incredible mindset. I don't know. I'm just going to sway back towards KB.
There you go. I like it. Danny, do you want to weigh in just here as we watch these champions battle?
I guess I have to now, as I was bragging so much. I mean, I think Jelle is the faster runner on paper, but I mean, how deep the Christian can how do you say, how deep he can go is super impressive. So, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm going for Jelle in that moment.
You flip-flop. That's a quick.
Okay.
But yeah, 50-50. I mean, they're both amazing.
Yeah, but here we are. So a little bit of an uphill with that hard left. They came off the coast, hard left onto a more concrete surface, a harder surface. Again, we talked about that change. Asphalt, softer than concrete. Concrete, obviously, much harder than that hard packed sand. So many different terrain changes here. The shoes, the quality of these Hoka run shoes that we use are incredible. They manage all of them, but it's worth mentioning. It's not easy on the body. Right now, though, KB matched that move.
He's just coming back again.
Wow. It's amazing racing. Jelle definitely put in something there.
Yeah.
The change of surface, the little slide uphill suits his running style a little better. But your KB is just so tough. So I mean, I don't know.
He heard you, but you know what? He heard you when you said that you didn't want to be nearby KB at the sprint, and he tried to break him there, but it's still locked together. Mano a mano.
He's going to have a couple more opportunities to shake things up and try and unhook KB, but KB has an ability to suffer unlike most. So let's see how this unfolds.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gives if he starts to attack when he sees some kind of weakness in Jelle.
That's right. So, folks, we have a two-person battle for first and second. It's tight. Nobody could predict who is going to come out on top, but we're going to keep trying, keep guessing.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
And as we come back to the Hoka Run course, we are actually with third and fourth place. Another great battle between Kasper Stornes and Jonas Schoenberg. And now I will be happy to share with you, I am the middle, of a sandwich, an Ironman champion sandwich, the best kind of sandwich there is. Daniela Reeve still with me. And now Sam Laidlow has returned. I guess you guys are the bread, I'm the peanut butter, or the jelly. Either way, Sam, we were just talking a little bit during the break, and you were mentioning something about what you saw with the Geens Blummenfelt battle. Share with our audience what you saw there and what you're seeing now.
Yeah, I mean, Jelle's really got some good running genes, as everyone knows. That was a really bad joke, I'm sorry.
That's good,
I had to place it. No, Jelle is obviously a lighter runner, and I think he would, in his head, he thought that the only place where he could really break Christian was on the climb. And so he tried it, and we saw that, and Christian just about held on. And I think that might just be the mental advantage now that that Christian has got. So yeah, but equally, Jelle's had quite a few unfortunate events, you know, in coming off his bike and then even in T2 and stuff. So he's also got a small advantage there, knowing that he's there at the front despite all this.
Yeah, despite all this, and just as we were talking as well, looking at the other battle, Stornes made his break on Schoenberg. They were and had lost about 59 to 60 seconds to the leaders, but Stornes has now taken off and left, firmly holding third place. Danny, we were kind of expecting that as we come back to our front two. Do you agree with what Sam saw there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also just the move from Casper, I think maybe he knows that if he wants to have a shot at that win, he needs to move now, and it's going to be interesting on the next little time split.
There's still 1
yeah,
minute.
No,
There's
it's
still
1
minute.
Yeah,
behind,
1
so
minute.
I think the win is definitely between these two.
It's opening up. Yeah.
I think actually Jelle really wants a fast overall run, whereas Christian is kind of renowned for being able to go over his limit, having an extremely high VO2, which means that if it comes down to the last kilometre or 2 kilometres, if there's one person you don't want to bring along, it would be Christian.
100%. You don't want to be anywhere near him. We saw this, and Crowe referenced that 2021 Olympic sprint finish, and I felt like it was a very long sprint finish. I felt like he just wound it up and just extended and dipped into that VO2 max.
And Christian is still like looking at his watch. He still looks relatively in control. You know, if you're just hanging on purely, and yeah, I feel like Christian has still got a kick in him. It's just whether or not he can get to that final kind of kilometre with Jelle or not.
And how about this? Talk to me about Jonas Schoenberg. I mean, we keep counting him out, at least I do, not out of the race, but he keeps getting dropped, beaten up, punched back, and now he's fighting his way back, not letting go of Casper Stornes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really strong performance he's putting together. He's had a great season, as we said before, and this time he played it a bit smarter and hit a bit more than he normally would. But equally, who knows? Maybe if he would have pushed the start of the bike, maybe there would have been a more elite pack, and then he could have been running for the win, you know? So it'll be interesting to see his opinion on his own race after the actual race itself. But yeah, Casper looks cool, calm, and collected. Obviously, he's suffering, but yeah, Casper is, he seems very confident in his own abilities. And again, will he regret not following the two leaders? Who knows?
Yeah, to me, he's just shy of nose breathing and glancing at his watch while he runs at 3:05 per kilometer pace. But it's cool, and you have to have some swagger when you come off of a 2:29 winning the world championship in Nice. But that being said, completely different race, really a different season. We're already kind of, you know, we're in November, right? There's a lot that has happened since that September race. Either way, I'm impressed. He's going through cooling off. And Daniela, we talked about this earlier. It feels, especially sitting here doing nothing, it feels like perfect racing conditions. But share with us what we're seeing here. Cooling off, a lot of fueling.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting in the shade and having some wind. I think in the sun it's definitely a bit warmer and definitely perfect conditions. Still cooling is important. And I think, yeah, I think that these two here really, I mean, super impressive what they're showing. They're going in a fastest pace that we've ever seen, most likely in the 7.3 distance. And I think what you mentioned before, like I think Jelle is he's tried a few times already. So I'm actually, I think eventually Christian is going to try to do the move as well. So he's just, yeah, he's being patient, and it's impressive how he could bridge up and bridge up again. And they both definitely looked very smooth. But
this is great to see. You know, I mean, quite often in races, there's a clear winner already at this point. But I really think it's going to come down to the last few kilometers. I think one man who would definitely be behind the screen, maybe wishing he was in this run battle, would be Hayden Wild. I mean, he's outrun Jelle in every run this year. And here we go, it's uphill, and Jelle's decided to put in the move again. Jelle actually, I think he figured this out. It was a race in Vegas against Martin Van Riel, battle there, and every uphill, Jelle would be getting like 5 or 10 meters, and Martin would catch back on the descent. But eventually, it broke Martin, and yeah, again, mentioning Martin, I think he would have been amazing on this course. So yeah, shout out to to Hayden Martin. I think they would have been a great addition to this race.
Agreed, and a great shout out as we come back to this downhill, the ensuing downhill. They both just absolutely falling down the hill so fast. So we did put, I already threw myself out there. I called Gaines for the win. Then Crowe called KB. Are you allowed to come out here and tell us who you think is going to win at this point, or is it too early?
I think you asked me before, and I said Jelle. Yeah,
you did early.
So, yeah.
Yep.
But now again, as I said before, Jelle really doesn't want to bring Christian to them final few kilometers. But yeah, I really don't know, and that's what's making it exciting right now.
That's why we're here, and everybody at home as well. Thanks for joining us today. The Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. I'm sitting with Sam Laidlow and Daniela Reeve. I'm Michael Lovato. I'm watching now. Casper Storn has rolled down the hill. He doesn't look to be charging quite as much, but I think looks can be deceiving.
Look at this guy here filming on the side. You can see the pace.
He's anaerobic.
For sure. He's at 5 millimoles, that guy right now.
and again, a testament to the passion of Andalusia and the folks that traveled here to watch this race. Christian Blummenfelt now edging in front. So coming back to what you just said, Danny, I think that KB is going to make a move. He's gotten in front anyway. Are they positioning themselves for that move?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a move yet. I don't know. We haven't seen him leading much so far, so I don't know. Maybe it's probably downhill and also a tailwind. I don't think he would go in the front in a headwind. But yeah, we are.
I think sorry to cut you off. I think this is more maybe Jelle that's actually playing it smart now. Jelle's been leading for a while, and yeah, I mean it's the smartest move to let now Christian work and look,
they're talking,
looking behind, and I think that both of them are discussing that if they take turns, they can win the race. So it's whether you want to risk Casper coming back or not. It'll be really, really interesting now. It's becoming tactical.
Casper is only 50 seconds back, so they can't really have a coffee here. So
Jasper seems to have run the fastest last split on the tracker there. It says 3:13 against 3:29, 3:22. So yeah, interesting.
It is, and we've seen today, and Sam, maybe you could talk to us, coming from the perspective of you've been on course plenty of times with KB. Do you ever see him really dialoguing like that or monologue, chatting so much? He's been very vocal all day on the bike, here on the run, lots of chatting.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's Norwegian method. I had Casper showing.
Maybe it's the influence from Taylor Knibb. Maybe she told him just talk a lot and you're going to win.
To be fair, I think Alistair Brownlee was probably the pioneer in shouting in people's ears during races. But yeah, Casper was quite vocal on the bike over in Nice. And yeah, now he's only 39 seconds back, Casper. So that's he can definitely smell them.
I mean, that's what they were talking about. I mean, I think honestly they look back as well. And here's the story: we talked about this early, and who knew if it would come true? But this is the move that he did in Nice. He waited. Different, obviously, distance and story. But we did talk about how he waited. He bided his time. He sat back. He collected, and now he has probably a little extra to charge forward. We've got the seawall coming up, this tailwind, headwind section. We've got some very difficult running segments ahead, and we see Casper Stornage on the charge. And he's charging after these two men, Jelle Gaines from Belgium, as well as Christian Blummenfelt from Norway. These two, poetry in motion, charging down the road with Casper Stornage coming hot. So really, it's fun to predict because, if you don't mind being wrong, you just have to try. But this race could actually go any way.
The issue they've got now is that even if Casper is slowly catching, I feel like these two are just going to drop a big attack at one point. So then it will be tough mentally for Casper. And he can see them right now. And although it doesn't look far, Casper is definitely pushing very, very hard. And sometimes just like 20 seconds seems like an eternity, when you're racing. So I think it will be difficult for Casper to catch these two. And I think at any moment, and Casper's looking behind now, so definitely now I think in Casper's head it's more about getting that third spot, which is a great performance coming off of an Ironman world title.
I think you're spot on, and I think that when we see those fireworks really light between our leading duo there, you're going to see the pace really just start to drop, and it's this roundabout, these changes in pace, changes in direction, the demands that this course have make it a very challenging, flatter course. Daniela, what are you seeing on the splits? Anything that we have to share?
Yeah, I mean, Casper is now 30 seconds back. He's running a 3:03 compared to Jelle and Christian around, I mean, it's not always accurate exactly, these splits, but around 3:10, 3:15. So he's definitely moving fast. But yeah, I think I'm with Sam here. I think these two, they're probably starting to be a little bit tactical. And as soon as they know that, someone is coming from the behind, I'm sure they could probably have another gear up. And I think they're now more getting ready for the attack. I think they both know eventually there's going to be one sprint. And the question is just, is it going to be sooner or later?
This is so good to see that. I mean, how often have we had this on the Ironman World Championship, 70.3 World Championship, where it comes down like this to the final few kilometers? This is a real run battle, and it's, amazing to see.
Well, back when you were about 12, we had one in South Africa. No, not really. I know, we like to make a little fun. You're such a superstar at such a young age, but we mentioned that, and Crowe and I did. This is what you dream of. This is what you want to see. We felt like South Africa had those three, the clash of the Titans, right? When it was Frodeno, Brownlee, and Gomez. Now we're seeing the new wave, our new talent, our new champions, really doing that kind of battle, and it's why we're all such fans of the sport. Is these are the best of the best, going deep into the well and not giving an inch. Here we still see, though, Jelle Geens in front. When they turn around at this next point, it's a straight headwind again. It seems to taper. Nope, it's not tapering. Look at that flag.
Christian's just running past his own private yacht right now, so he's probably finding it difficult to push and not
to focus. Yeah, exactly. He's thinking about the after party there in the marina.
Casper is now 31 seconds back. I mean, he's definitely, it seems like he's catching a little bit, although it's hard to believe that it's that fast. But we'll see in a second when they do the turn. We will have a good view on where they're at.
It's interesting, though, that Jelle decided to go back to the front after Christian had them few words. Because for me, I don't know if he's almost being too kind, Jelle. I think
maybe scared of Christian.
Maybe scared. Yeah. I mean, he is a scary guy. I won't lie.
He's a nice guy, but he's definitely a racer.
Scary. A bit like you when you were on a race course.
Yeah,
you're very nice. That was the first impression I got when I saw Daniela the first time. It was in St. George, and I thought, she seems so nice. I thought she was so scary.
That's right. We all felt that, and now you sit next to her, and she's a little cuddly teddy bear. But here we are. No, it's actually, you mentioned that, Danny, yesterday. Is like the cool thing is that they are absolutely fierce competitors, mean, killing each other, and then of course, hey, you know what? I can have a beer, I can enjoy a little time and chat. So good camaraderie off the course, but right now it is pure battle, and we are rolling through. For those of you that haven't seen it before, Puerto Banús, this is the marina, as Sam Laidlow just said, the private yachts, the luxury, the great contrast of those luxury shops along that and the restaurants with this hardcore endurance battle that is the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, brought to us by Precision. A roundabout and into the headwind. We're coming back, and they're going to see directly into the eyes of Casper Stornes as he goes outbound.
And they must only have one more dead turn now. Yeah, Casper isn't
It's
far.
not much.
That was pretty close.
Looks less than 30 seconds to me.
It's not far, but again, I really think that one of these two is about to go, and but I don't understand Jelle's position right now. If I was Jelle, I would just wait behind Christian and let him do the work, because at the speeds they're running, there definitely is an advantage to kind of just sit and kind of just focus on holding the feet, especially if it's into a headwind. It looks like now, logically, it would be now that they're going into a headwind.
I think the tricky thing is, and this is where you see this with sort of Pro Tour cycling, if all of a sudden Jelle Geens decides that he wants to slow to force Christian in front, well, boom, now you've brought another man into the race. And so ultimately, Christian Blummenfelt knows, hey, we've got to run this pace. If he slows, of course, I'll pull to the side. But really, you can't monkey around too much when the Ironman World Champ is 30 seconds back. So that's my thought, another aid station as we come across the seawall. One more, as you called it, Sam, dead turn, 180 before they come back and get to re-enter those boisterous crowds of this Ironman crazy community.
I'm nervous and I'm just sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, the longer it goes, I think the more it's going to be in Christian's favor, and I think he's playing it really smart now. He knows how fast Casper can sprint because he trains with him a lot, and then also he knows he has a super good sprint. So I'm just waiting on when he's going to do attack. I think he's not going to go in against the headwind, but maybe as soon as we're off that pier, he might make the move. It's not long to go. I mean, they're around 2K, so
and
that's
they
about
still,
6 minutes.
If I'm not mistaken, they still have to go over this this bridge.
Yes.
Yeah, so that again could be a good moment for Jelle to go over the bridge. But what will be great is that there's going to be so many fans on them final 1,500 meters, and they're going to be screaming at them. And they probably won't feel the pain quite as much as if they were just attacking themselves alone on this pier here.
But also mentally now for Casper is a good thing. Like he saw them, he knows how that they're probably going to do some mental games in the front, and he seems like very determined now. Definitely showed a lot of courage to do his own race, and even though it seems like a long way, the last play just showed 26 seconds now, so he's definitely catching.
Wow, fantastic. And what an effort from Casper Stornes from Norway. You can see that he's now got eyes on them. They're rolling into this turnaround, and having eyes is a very powerful spot to be in. The hunter now has his sights on the prey, and he can just kind of really dial in and try and draw in off their energy. But the battle is on with
Christian moving to the front.
100% certainty, exactly. Christian goes to the front, and that is at the close of the headwind section. He now wants to be in the driver's seat as they take that hard right turn, drop down off of the bridge. Stornage checks over the shoulder to make sure.
He yelled at him. What did he say? Did you hear it? Go get it or something like this?
I think you're right. I think he is absolutely rooting his training partner and countryman on. He is screaming, what a show of sportsmanship, and also just
maybe he's just saying
control.
Slow down.
Wait, maybe it is.
Is that what you would say?
I don't know. I think right now Casper's just wishing there was another 21K so that he can catch them up.
I think you say anything you can say right at this point. But back to Jonas Schoenberg. This has been such an incredible show for the German. I think just a great fall, a great year for him. He's in fourth place, pretty firmly holding that spot, and he's still just running exceptionally. Zero chinks in the armor. He did perhaps ride a little bit more reservedly than we've seen, but it's paying off. He's running fantastically here on the seawall.
Yeah, hopefully we can get eyes back on the front, because
that's
I'm
the
sure
race.
They're throwing the bombs right now.
Throwing the bombs as we kind of roll off the seawall again. You'll notice zero spectators here allowed in this section. It just gets too crowded. And then I say that there's 3 spectators, but very few spectators compared to what we'll see when we get back into the town. And a high overview here of the marina at Puerto Banús, and a beautiful, beautiful shot as you see in the background. Playa de Levante is the finish stretch as well. So everything pretty much takes place in this zone. And here we are back at the front of the race. The Hoka Run course almost coming to its conclusion together with the white cap of Christian Blummenfelt from Norway in front. The defending Ironman 70.3 world champ, Jelle from Belgium, on his shoulder. The race is about as good as it gets here. One more turnaround, the crowd going completely bananas as they watch and hitting those thunder sticks from Hoka, making some noise. And realistically, this is what it's all about.
I have to say, if Jelle defends his title, what a way to defend it. After all the small struggles he's gone through today, I think that would be an amazing reward.
Epic. And we saw last year where at this point Hayden Wild had gone hard and he had tried to make the break on this man. He could not be broken, and we saw in these closing Ks in Topa that Jelle had that engine to carry him through the final stretch. But with under 2 kilometers to go, I feel like we are already in the sprint. They're running so unbelievably quick.
Yeah, they've got less than a kilometer now to go.
So thank you. And as we roll under the Precision Fuel and Hydration banner and we step away to have a good look at La Concha in the background here of Marbella, we have to say for just a second a thanks to everyone who's joined us here today. Thanks to our incredible commentary crew. Please stay with us, because not only is a hot conclusion about to present itself for you, but we've got great festivities, and we'll hear from these superstars after the race. Casper Storned still looking at the watch, just smooth.
So Casper, has dropped down a little bit time-wise, not in position, but obviously because the other two are attacking each other. But what's going to be really important up front now is whoever hits them last two 90-degree turns first, because it's not a very long finish and shoot after that. So, it'll be painful for both of them.
Yeah, there you go. The white building of the hotel, the pool, so you can visualize folks at home along that long stretch. They're going to have the right turn that Sam just mentioned, and then another right turn, a slight bend, and it goes right on home. But you do want to be in position before you hit that stretch. 3 hours, 42 minutes into this race, and you can see closing. Christian Blummenfelt.
No, they're still there.
Oh my God, they're fighting for that final corner. That's insane.
Shoulder on shoulder.
Yella's got it. Yella is pushing.
And right when you saw them from afar, you couldn't tell. Here's right turn number one. Right turn number two.
One more acceleration. Go, go.
And as we come into the finish stretch, it could be anyone's race. Is it the Belgian? Is it the Norwegian? As these two men come through, it appears that Jelle Geens has a slight advantage over Christian Blummenfelt. Today, the 2025 Ironman 70.3 world champion is Jelle Geens.
Wow.
Wow.
By seconds in front of Christian Blummenfelt. A fist pump. What a battle. We couldn't have scripted it any better. Congratulatory pat on the back. A defense of the title that we've only seen once before.
What a sprint.
What a sprint finish there. The Belgian comes out on top. Jelle Geens for first place. Christian Blummenfelt taking the silver medal as Casper Stornes comes home quickly but with much less drama to take the bronze medal. Third place here today. I can't even believe what I saw. We thought that Christian had broken him on that angle, and the next thing you know, they're shouldering each other. And there it is. The Wahoo Element rival shows that Jelle Geens has the male pro champion status and the 107.35 half marathon that goes with it. Stornes is elated. Well, happy. Jelle Geens absolutely over the moon.
That was incredible, yeah. Yella, I mean, we all kind of thought if it came down to the last few meters, Christian would have him. But yeah, Yella proved us wrong, and what a way to defend his title. I think that win for him will be almost bigger than his first world title, simply because of the caliber and density of field. And to be able to have a sprint finish like that always kind of stays in your memory as a special moment, I would say.
I think you're right.
To defend is something different to win it the first time, and I think, he definitely proved us wrong today. That sprint was absolutely amazing, and that last corner, they were so close, shoulder on shoulder, and just that one shows that triathlon you need to have good shoulders. I feel like they touch each other a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely did,
Yeah, that'll be a fun recap to watch and see some slow-mo video of those two hitting it out, duking it out. But 107 for the winning run, 107.35, 107.54, 108.28, and then Schoenberg really closing it out well with a 109.17 to grab fourth place for Germany. And we're seeing more athletes come in and coming in hot. It'll be fun to see those athletes, but they're a job well done for our Ironman world champion here this year, and now third place podium to close out the year for Casper Stornes.
I mean, Sam, you would know how hard it is after winning the Ironman World Championship title. So I think the performance here from Casper, it's super impressive. He managed to get back in the medal game to really train hard, and coming here in third is, what do you think, Sam?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I struggled to do anything for 3 months after World Championships. Big respect to all these guys, and especially those that have already raced the Ironman World Champs. But I know that, Casper made, I think last year, the 70.3 World Champs were a big goal of his, and I think he had a mechanical, or he crashed, I think, before the race and couldn't race. Right. And so I really feel that's what fueled the fire for this year, and what a season, Here we got Rico coming in, top 5. Great performance.
What a show for the 2023 world champ representing Germany, Rico Bogen. He's going to come across the line in a stellar time, and typically known for being one of the power cyclists on the day. He hits the blue carpet well positioned to take out a great finish. And if I'm kind of looking ahead, I'm seeing that he rolled through 1:10 for the run split there, 3:46 unofficially. And then if you look behind him, the tall and powerful figure of the Danish athlete, Magnus Ditlev. What a show, because this guy has been just so impressive. I think Craig said it well, rising career here for a couple years, rising star rather, and there's Ditlev across the line. Not maybe the course that's built for a guy that powers so well on the flats and in Ironman races, but we've seen 6 guys across the line. Obviously, much more action to come, including our podium celebration and, of course, our interviews. Stay with us. You don't want to miss this.
¿Estás preparado?
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Today's broadcast has been brought to you by Bulldog, man's best friend, and by Precision Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration. And as we pan out here and look down at the beautiful Playa de Levante, this is the finish line of the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship here in Marbella. We had one of the best finishes I have ever seen in decades of watching this great sport we call Ironman, with Jelle Geens from Belgium just absolutely putting it down in the final 30 meters, really 40 meters, to take a very narrow victory over Christian Blummenfelt. I don't have to recap it. You sat through it with me. What an incredible display. And I know we're going to have some spicy interviews with Craig Alexander and our champions. But today, continuing to watch these athletes zip across the line and crown themselves top 10 finishers here at the race of races for this distance. And in case you missed it,
2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Champion Jelle Geens. Congratulations. It looked hard and harder than it needed to be. Talk us through what happened on the bike. There was a crash and then a mechanical.
Yeah, it was my own fault. I just went too fast through that right corner. I wasn't there yet. I think I had no idea we had to go right, and I just slid out, went under the barrier, got stuck a bit. It took me a bit, then my right TT extension was all the way this way, so I was biking a bit like this, and then my rear derailleur cage was bent, so I couldn't go in my smallest gearing. So at the top of the first climb, I stopped to bend it back. Luckily, I felt good, and from there on, I settled in, and there were some hard parts for me with the slide downhill. My weight is an advantage on the uphill, but it's a disadvantage in the downhill. And then actually my hip was hurting quite a bit at the start of the run. It took me really a bit to get into it. But yeah, once into it, I felt really strong actually.
So bike mechanic and world champion, unique skill set. You've made some history today. You've added your name to the list of only 3 other gentlemen who defended the title. Your first 2 appearances at the 70.3 World Championships, 2 victories. Tell us what that means within your career.
Well, it's unbelievable actually, isn't it? I didn't know there were only 2 who were able to defend the title. Yeah, it was like the main goal of the season. We went with the family to Andorra on altitude camp. Had actually a really good block leading into this race, and the goal was to defend the title. But yeah, there is a lot that happens during a race. Like, yeah, I had a crash on the bike, so I actually thought it was over there for the win. But yeah, it's incredible. I think it still has to sink in a bit. I think being able to do it while having a family and doing everything with the family, it makes it that much more deserving. I think my little girl is there like shouting, "Daddy, Daddy." She has no idea, but I think for her as well, looking back maybe in 10 years, knowing that she was there, or even though she won't remember it, like I think it's a really cool thing.
Very, very special to share it with the family. Mate, congratulations. You put on a hell of a show and you're the world champ. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well done, mate.
And as we come back and take a look at our beautiful setting from above the mountain that stands above, well above Marbella, La Concha.
Congratulations and commiserations. I know it's not what you came for. Talk me through the tactics of that run at the end.
Yeah, well, I thought that I wanted to go for one push, I guess I was waiting a bit too late, like it was quite quick, or I didn't have the leg speed that I was needed in the last final K, so I felt okay during the run, but like, yeah, he's a quick runner, and yeah, decided early that I wanted to go maybe from the tailwind and back again, and yeah, I just didn't have what it took to outsprint him. He was pretty quick, and it was like a fight for that inside line on that final turn, and yeah, he's quick. He's yeah, pretty strong.
So some consolation, you're the 2025 Ironman Pro Series champion, but you wanted a world title. You finished 3rd in Nice, 2nd here in Marbella. Is that give yourself a scorecard, or is that a pass for the season, or not really? You're aiming much higher.
Average, I would say. Like it gives me motivation at least for next year. Like looking forward to start off the season early with New Zealand and Australia, and then get like the points I need for the Ironman Pro Series hopefully early in season, and then just build up for the 2 World Championships with Nice and Hawaii. So yeah, looking forward to next year.
So you already have the schedule set for next year?
Pretty much, yeah. Like I guess it will be like a big block of racing early in the season, and a big block of training like mid-year, and then yeah, trying to do better in the World Championships next year, because that's what we're racing for. Like we want to win the world titles, and podium is a podium, but yeah, I want to take that tape and fail twice this year, and 2 more chances next year.
Well, thank you and congratulations for giving us one of the greatest races we've seen. So enjoy your off season. Everyone is joining me. 3rd place finisher, Casper, congratulations. 3rd place at the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championships. Talk me through the run there. You came in with the leaders into T2, slightly slower transition, similar to Nice, and you just sat 25 to 30 seconds back the whole run.
Yeah, I didn't feel good on basically the whole day today. Where like I felt like a bit tired the whole day, even on the swim and bike. Just felt it was full gas all the way, and on the run I felt so bad for the first lap. So when I managed to get up to Jonas, I just stayed there for some time and then went for it. And I think I gained a bit in the end on Christian and Jelle, but it wasn't enough. And yeah, when I saw I weren't going to bridge up, I cheered on Christian on the turnarounds to really let him get that extra motivation for taking the win. So yeah, but Jelle were stronger today, and he really deserved it. So he was the strongest man on the whole day. So yeah, well done for him. So yeah.
It was one of the highlights of the coverage, actually, seeing you cheer on Christian, KB out on the seawall, and just the camaraderie you boys have. I mean, sharing the podium in Nice, and to you, mate, congratulations. I mean, you've Ironman world champion and now a podium finish at the 70.3 Worlds, and also a second place finish in the Ironman Pro Series. So overall, a great season.
Yeah, it's been a great season, and yeah, it was good that both me and Christian managed to get on the podium today. So when I was running out there, I was really thinking about I'm not going to be out of the podium here when Christian is going to be on the podium also. I really want to share it with him. So we're hoping that he was going to take the win since I were a bit behind. But yeah, it's good for the whole season and all for all of us. So yeah, I think we're all happy, and I am very happy. So yeah.
Well, congrats. Thanks for putting on a show. Enjoy the off season, and we'll see you next season.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, it's been a great season, and yeah, it was good.
Thank you so much to Craig Alexander there with our podium in the Hyper Ice recovery zone. The top three finishers, wow, what a day. And now you can look back and say, Craig Alexander has won 2. And then we look at Michael Raylard, 2 in a row. And of course, Sebastian Kienle, 2 in a row. And now we have another defensive title for Hellegins, 2 in a row. And with that, we're going to send you away, but please stay with us for the podium celebration in a few moments.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And here we are at the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship, getting ready for Athletic Brewing podium celebration. All three of these men going to climb up there and celebrate their successes today. Notably disappointed was the feel that I got from Christian Blummenfelt. Obviously came here for the win, and I think tactically he just got a tiny bit behind on that finish, not straight. He got behind on that U-turn, the horseshoe, if you will, coming in onto Playa de Levante. But I guess second place will get him more motivated for next year, and pretty cool that he's already got the schedule set. New Zealand, Australia, and then chill and cool the jets until an attack is mounted for Nice and Kona. Sounds like a pretty great 2026 to me. And we'll obviously have to sit back and see what the plans are for Hellegins as we prepare ourselves for this celebration of jobs well done today, and looking at, I think, some of just the best shots from above here of a wonderful part of Andalusia in southern Spain. We really do love being here, and I think in addition to being a great venue, it's going to be a fantastic after party for these athletes capping off their season. Most of the triathletes here done, I would say, as we conclude not only our race today, but our 2025 Ironman Pro Series. So there's the shot I love to look at with the Pueblo Blanco there in the foreground and the beach in the background.
Please put your hands together. Representing Norway, Kasper Stornes.
And then representing Norway, Kasper Stornes is who we will see atop the third step of the podium. A valiant bronze medal today, as this man said he just didn't feel that great, but he sure delivered a great performance, closing out the day in 3:43 for third. Norway well represented with our Ironman world champion here today, third.
Andalusia with the beautiful bouquet of flowers. Your second place, representing Norway,
And in second place today, coming dangerously close to the win, Norway's very own Christian Blummenfelt in a smoking time today of 3:43. Sorry, 3:42.55, just a tick under. I'm going to have to get better glasses. Scott DeRue handing out that medal and congratulating our second place finisher. And then, of course, what we witnessed was an incredible race, one of the best we've seen, crowning our winner who swam 23:19, bike 2:09.38, and then a crushing 21.1 kilometer run, 1:07.35 for a grand total and a world beating time of 3:42.52, 3 seconds ahead. This from Belgium is Jelle Geens, your Ironman 70.3 world champion.
Swimming 23:19, biking at 2:09.38, running a 1:07.35. World champion in 3:40.
I'm always happy to see a little struggle for these men getting up on that step. Shows they really put it all out there, as if we didn't know, but what a podium here. Belgium, Norway.
One more time, Isabel Sanchez with the flowers. Señoras, señores, ladies and gentlemen, your top three and your world champion Belgians.
And these men fought valiantly. There it is, hands up. Got to be proud. Our Athletic Brewing podium here, 3:42, 3:42, and 3:43. The celebration is afoot.
Thank you very much.
Salud, they would say. Cheers, felicidades, enhorabuena. Congratulations to that incredible podium. What a day. If I'm looking back and seeing these, I'm going to have to say one of the best races that I have seen in a long time. The beautiful Mediterranean Sea behind those men. This, a fantastic precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And here you have it, today's results. First place, as we said, bringing home 3,000 points in the Pro Series, Jelle Geens from Belgium. Second place, Christian Blummenfelt. Third, Kasper Stornes. And then Germany's Jonas Schoenberg and Rico Boden for fourth and fifth. Magnus Ditlev sixth. Jamie Riddle, a valiant effort for South Africa. In seventh, Simon Westerman took that eighth place spot. And Bissant Louis, the Frenchman, got ninth with Miguel Hidalgo in his debut World Championship performance. He took the 10th spot. What a day here in Marbella. Closing out our Ironman Pro Series standings, the great Norwegian Christian Blummenfelt in first place, Kasper Stornes for second, Christian Hogenhaug launching himself into third, with Nick Thompson valiantly moving up a spot to fourth. Today, the Aussie performed well. Gustav Eden lost a spot. The American Von Berg, didn't see him much today, but he did manage to collect sixth place. Schoenberg in seventh. And then, of course, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Some players that remain consistent in our series, Getch, Chevalier, and Hoffman. What a day for the 2025 Ironman Pro Series to culminate. I'd like to thank everyone for watching the 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship Men's Race. We'd love you to watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusive in the US and Canada. Just sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, you can watch at proseries.ironman.com or on the Ironman Try YouTube channel or any of our global distributors. Stay tuned, please, for Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting race. Today was a day to remember, one of the best we've ever seen, the Clash of the Titans Part 2. Watching that sprint finish will be something that's etched in my memory for a long, long time, and I hope the same is true for you. As we watch these gorgeous images of Andalusia, the Costa del Sol, and beautiful Marbella, I'm here to say thank you again for joining us. Until our next broadcast, on behalf of Sam Laidlow, Daniela Reef, Craig Alexander, and Marinda Carfrey, I'm Michael Avado, and we love that you joined us today. Until the next time, hasta luego y adios.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.